I'm always sticking my hands in my vagina.
You can act like a man! What's the matter with you?
Enough. I will hear no more of this Hebrew nonsense.
And you guessed it, a Jew.
That sounds like you're saying Jews.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
All the way, Virginia, bitch.
The Almighty says, don't change the subject, just answer the fucking question.
I hope you die.
God-awful bunch of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, you creepy goy bastards. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt, and boy, I think we've got a couple of things to talk about today. I'll tell you, I had a great weekend, and we'll talk all about it. But there were moments where if I was alone, like if the kids weren't around and SP wasn't around, I wasn't doing stuff and I wasn't, busy, or I wasn't, at the gym or boxing or whatever. I fucked up my shoulder, by the way, yesterday doing rounds, sparring. It wasn't any one specific thing. I get bursitis. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with bursitis, but you have bursa sacs throughout your body, and they become super inflamed, and it's extremely painful. Like, it just fucks with everything inside. I think you have a bursa sac in your elbow. I want to say knees, hips. A lot of them in joints. I don't know if you have bursa sacs in all your joints, but mine in my shoulder has historically always been shitty. I had to quit playing baseball in my 20s because of bursitis. My fucking bursa sac kept flaring up. I was a pitcher. And it happened again yesterday. If you never had to deal with bursitis, it is extremely painful. And it's mostly reaching above your head. Like grabbing this mic here, great. Grabbing the mic here is fucking dreadful. So we're gonna keep the right hand kind of move at the elbow joint and not the shoulder joint today. But yeah, that was nasty. And that's going to be nasty now. And like, I was icing before the show. I'll be icing after the show. There's nothing. You can basically ice and take Advil, and then in a week, you'll be okay. Like, I'm hoping to be able to fight again on Sunday because I'm getting some very good work in. I got to stop eating like a fucking pig. I'm at the gym 5 days a week, counting sparring. I'm not losing a pound because my daughter makes cake pops, and I decide to make homemade Chipotle burritos on Friday night. Oh, boy. But anyway, feel good. Great weekend. But there were moments where I got so mad, and obviously it's about the war, a war that we shouldn't be in. And well, look, we're going to get into the war later. I don't want to do it right away because if you do it right away on your show, then you have a bunch of people. Like, our audience peaks out between 7:45 and 8:30, right? And then it's building then, and then for that 45 minutes, that's your sweet spot, and then they start to level off a little bit. So when we're around 700 to 800, around 745, 830, we'll be talking about the Iran stuff, probably for an hour or so, maybe more, depending on how much you guys talk about it. But we got lots of Minnesota stuff to talk about today. A lot of, I want to go over that Shia LaBeouf Channel 5 interview. That was wild. He said some based shit in that, man. And look, a guy can say things you like, and you can also recognize this guy's got problems. This guy's going through it. God bless. So do we all. But he said some stuff in there that I was like, damn. But then also you got to keep in mind, like, okay, this guy's also like he's a problem right now. So we've got all that stuff today. There was a great American Redact video on how compromised Joe Rogan is in current politics. God, another time machine thing. If you could go back and tell Joe Rogan, hey, your whole not having political candidates on your show, great idea, stick to it. And when a couple of Jewish guys offer you a shitload of money to bring your show to their platform, just hang in there. You don't need to do it. Just don't. Your show's still going to be wildly successful. You'll be fine, but they're going to ruin the integrity and quality of it. I would probably give that warning. But we will get into the Iran stuff, but one of the things that bothered me this morning was already gasoline is at $3.19 a gallon. And that's one of those home problems that I care about more than the war. Because if America was fighting because Iran, attacked our homeland, like one of their missiles reached the United States and like blew up part of New York, I'd be like, well, we have to go to war. We have to punish them. We have to destroy that regime. We have to take them out. Let's go. Like, that's self-defense. They're going to keep launching missiles at us. That's fine. But this was a war of choice, and we attacked a country that not only never attacked us, but also doesn't have the capacity to attack us. And don't talk to me about our bases. I don't think those bases should be there. I see that if the Middle East attacks our bases, I see that as a form of self-defense. Would we let Iran build a base in Cuba? No. We wouldn't let another country build bases in our backyard. So will we expect them to just smile and take it when we do it? I mean, if you want to be an empire, be an empire. But here's the shitty thing about empires. They're always evil. There are no benevolent empires. Empires are bad because they infringe on people's self-determination. So, look, when I saw gas was at $3.19 this morning, I'm like, that right there, that one thing. I mean, also the fact that American civilians are dying in mass shootings. Like, if you don't think there's Islamic radicals that are inside this country that are now going to start shooting things up because we unprovoked attacked Iran, I mean, it's already happened once. It'll happen again. There was also like a nightclub shooting. Not the Texas one, but another one. And everyone was like, oh, my God, is it another Muslim guy shooting up a club? And it turns out there was like some really popular hip-hop DJ there. And immediately everyone went, oh, okay, never mind. Like, it's weird that we're like more fine with it depending on who it is. Like, if it's a black guy shooting up a nightclub, we're like, oh, well, that's, it's kind of like that that line in The Dark Knight where, like, as long as it's part of the plan, people don't freak out. Like, if a guy in a, Allah is my homeboy or whatever shirt that guy was wearing in Texas, if he shoots up a place, you're like, oh, my God, this is terrible. What are we going to do? Then you hear like another 4 or 5 people got killed in a nightclub. You're like, this is the worst thing ever. What happened? It was a black dude at a hip hop show. Oh, okay. Like, well, no, they're both dreadful. Like, they're both terrible things. We should probably start maybe trying to figure out how to do something about this. But like the servicemen dying for a war we shouldn't be fighting. I mean, the people who sent him to die, I really do think are traitors because you're supposed to be entrusted with the lives of those soldiers. Dwight D. Eisenhower once said, what was it? I'm going to be combining 2 different sayings here. Never waste the life of your men. Very simple quote from Eisenhower, but I think I'm mixing it up with something else, or your troops or whatever he said. When we entrust you with the power to command those troops, your job is to not send them into something where they could die frivolously. And those 3 men that are dead so far that they're telling us about, they died frivolously for a war that was not American. It was not for us. It was for somebody else. And so that sucks ass. The other thing I want to say before we really get into the Iran stuff and all that, Twitter is a terrible place to go for news on this war. The mainstream news is a terrible place to go for this war. Well, then, Aaron, what's a good place to go for the war? You just have to be personally vigilant. You have to research everything. You see something, you got to, at the very least, if it's Twitter, click the comment section. Somebody will go, Grok, is this real? And Grok will tell, because there's a lot of people putting up like 10-year-old videos and going, look at Iran get smashed by Israel. Or, oh, look at Tel Aviv is in flames. And it's a video from a Chinese plant in like 2017. So, and then also, we got to do some kind of legislation about AI. We got to do something because it's going to kill us. There's so much AI footage out there of the war, and it's just AI bullshit. You know, it's just like, look what's happening in Tel Aviv right now, and it's an AI video, and it's hard to tell because it used to be if it looked too bright and sharp and everything else, you'd be like, oh, that's AI. But now they're starting to make them grainy, so it looks kind of real. So we gotta move on that. But like, it's good. This is probably the most difficult war to find like actual good information on, because I've heard all kinds of things. Bibi's plane was in the air and it did 17 laps, and then a bunch of his generals got killed in a missile bomb. And it's like, but then our mainstream media is so in the tank for Israel because a lot of it's owned by Zionists, Jews. That they lie to us. They don't tell us anything. They don't explain to us what's going on. They just say whenever, quote unquote, good things for our side happened. So it's really tricky. Like, and it was nice to spend a lot of time getting a show ready today because I just wanted to make sure the information I gave you guys was real information. I don't want to boomer you up. But we're talking about all of that today. We're talking about Minnesota. Dude, Minnesota got some good news. Like, I'm excited to give our mostly Minnesota audience some good news today. And then I want to go over that Shia LaBeouf Channel 5 interview because that's wild too. Let's go into the chat. Let's hook up with you guys for a little bit. It's the beginning of the month, so we had a lot of expired memberships, so we can get going on the memberships today. I think we're 50 away from 500. Silverwolf with $5 says, in light of the news this weekend, we'll get to that. And a gifted membership. Well, speak of the devil. Gifted membership from Aaron's Dancing Porch Minky. So keep giving those away. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it. Nice start to the show. Those fives are a beautiful thing. Thanks a million. So we have, we got all that stuff to talk about. Someone asking Dong Watch. I don't know. Does King Kong Dong... If King Kong Dong is in here and he doesn't have a membership, then yeah, one of our favorite parts of the month is Dong Watch. I'm not supposed to be here says, well, I don't understand why all the poors can't create or invent things with all the free time and welfare. I don't understand what that means. Bigot on Socialist Media says, do you think you're going to get real information about bases being hit and casualties? We got to dig around. There's some independent reporters who get some good info. But it's difficult, man, the fog of war. $1 from Los Federales. Los Federales says, if I were Iran, I would launch every warhead I have at the same time, black out the sky, hit every nation around me, and then just wait for the end, go out guns blazing. Couple of things on that. Number one, they are launching at a lot of different countries. They're launching at Bahrain. They're launching at Qatar, they're launching at UAE, they're launching at Saudi, they're launching at Kuwait. Everywhere where we have bases, they are launching at us. And one of the complaints that those countries are having is that America, they say, well, America has all this missile defense in our country that we made as part of the stipulation for them having a base here because it makes them vulnerable to attack. And they're like, well, you got to have missile defense here. We said, okay, we'll build missile defense in your country. Some of these countries are saying that our missile defense has been rerouted to protect Israel. So they're targeting stuff that's going after Israel and not after a lot of the Iranian missiles that are coming into their country. So they are not happy with us in regards to that. But also I would tell them you shouldn't be surprised. And as far as launching everything at the same time, I wouldn't. This is going to be a long, drawn-out, protracted war. You're not going to be able to topple Iran and install a new leader without putting boots on the ground. mark my words, 100%, this is not an opinion. You are not going to be able to get rid of the Ayatollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard without putting boots on the ground and enforcing it. I'm sorry. There's no end of this war that ends with the Islamic regime being toppled and us not going in. Either the Islamic regime will stay and there will be some kind of negotiated peace, and then we'll do this all again down the road, or we're going to have to go in there. Trump has already said that this is going to go on weeks. So that means it's going to go on months, if not over a year. I mean, remember, was it Rumsfeld or Cheney said 6 days, 6 weeks, I doubt 6 months. And that was for Iraq, and we were there for almost 20 years. So I don't know, man. If you're Iran, hold on to your weapons. They haven't launched a lot of their big hypersonic missiles, which are really going to fuck up Tel Aviv. This is not going to be any. I mean, Iran's a top 10 world military. I mean, Iran fucks. So it's gonna be a long, protracted deal. We've already lost a handful of guys, maybe more. And all for Israel. All for Israel. These poor guys are dying. Let's continue on. Let's get to some of your guys' stuff. Then we're going to move on. We got some Minnesota stuff, and then we're going to get into the Iran stuff. Bigot on socialist media says Iran using their worst missiles first, use all the missile defense before the better missiles. Exactly. They want to use those hypersonic missiles after they've made Israel overcommit their Iron Dome. By the way, remember when Marjorie Taylor Greene got in trouble for saying Jewish lasers? And everyone's like, oh, that's anti-Semitic. That's terrible. Well, yesterday, Israel used their Iron Beam, which is a laser missile defense system. So everyone can apologize to MTG. McBuster says, draft Barron. Marines can whip that spoiled brat into shape. Give him a saw, kick in some doors. We shouldn't be fighting this. Bong Time says, remember General Wesley Clark said, and his 7 countries in 7 years after 9/11. No, that was before 9/11, and that was not Wesley Clark's plan. He told us about that plan. He said when he was the head of, was it NATO? I think when he was the NATO Supreme Allied Commander, he said that there had been plans drafted about overthrowing, I want to say it was 7 countries in 5 years. And we've overthrown all of those but Iran. Yeah, this has been in the planning for a long time. Just fire everything. Says Los Federales, black out the sky and overwhelm the Iron Dome. Well, that's kind of what they're doing. They're trying to overwhelm the Iron Dome, then send in those hypersonic missiles because those are supposed to be like almost unshoot downable, and they've got them buried underground and shit. Hypersonic means faster than the speed of sound. We've had hypersonic since the 70s. They're not super badass missiles. They are when it comes to they've got a lower percentage being shot down by the Iron Dome. They're more effective. So we'll get to all of this. Wait, who sent this in and what was the context of it? $5 from Silverwolf. He said, in light of the news this weekend, and yeah, I'm not going to play a clip from Starship Troopers. Sorry, guys. I'm just tired. I'm just really tired of editing demonetized videos. But yes, it's the Starship Troopers going to war clip. Thank you very much, Silverwolf. Appreciate it. All right, guys. We are going to get to all of your chats. We're going to get to everything you feel about this throughout the day today. If I get bogged down in the chat now, we're never going to get anywhere today. Freak 597 becoming a member for 45 months. Oh my God. He says, play Boom Boom Tel Aviv. Well, here's the deal. If we get close enough, I'm going to do Boom Boom Tel Aviv for a rally. Hopefully we don't need a rally. Hopefully just memberships and shit come in today. I would love that. But, and if we're too far away, I'm not going to waste it. I'm just going to take the L and go home. But if we're close enough today, I think if we're in the double digits at the end of the show, I think Boom Boom Tel Aviv would be a wonderful rally song. So thank you, guys. Well, that brings me to the next point. This is a listener-supported show, so if you enjoy what we do, not only hit like and hit subscribe and hit share. Those are huge for the show. But also throw in a couple bucks. We're listener supported, and we appreciate your contributions. What a weekend, man. What a weekend. I had a lot of fun. Like I said, got the bursitis from boxing yesterday, but I love the people I'm working with now. I go to a real gym with real, like, professional fighters and teachers and things like that. It's so nice. I mean, I've become so much better in such a shorter amount of time. Just got to work on keeping my old ass healthy is all. But that was fun. Sundays are becoming just a beautifully busy, amazing day for me. Went to Mass at 9 o'clock on Sunday. That was SP and I went to Mass. That was nice. Then SP being a Lutheran and me being a Catholic, I'm trying to tone down my shitting on Protestantism because it's not a good look anyway. The other thing, I got to work on my GDs and my JCs, especially when we're like talking about the Bible and stuff. I probably should stop cursing when we're talking about that. And believe me, it's valid criticism to have. Just know this, I am trying. I'm just bad at it. So we, last night, after we're done with Mass and went to breakfast, and then I went to boxing, and then we got back together after boxing, and we had like an impromptu Bible study because like we're looking stuff up and that we were wondering about that morning, and like from the Shia LaBeouf interview, we were looking stuff up. And here's one thing I want to tell you. If anyone tells you that, oh, the New Testament doesn't say anything about homosexuality, 1 Romans 26 and 27, I'm sorry, it's very clear. Stop. The other thing is, we ended up having like an impromptu Bible study, and then she busts out, and this was brave, Luther's catechism. Like, she starts bringing out all of Martin Luther's like qualms against the church and stuff like that, and his complaints about, and you know, and I listened, I sat there and I listened, and I didn't say anything until after it was done. And of the bitching that Martin Luther was doing, like, before we get into even the context of what he's bitching about, my biggest thing with Martin Luther is this little prick fucking just went out and started talking shit. He's supposed to be this German priest. He's supposed to be part of the Catholic Church. He just goes out in public and starts talking shit. Doesn't go to the bishops, doesn't go to archbishops, doesn't go to cardinals, doesn't like talk about this behind closed doors. He just goes out and publicly starts shitting on all his coworkers. Like, just from that perspective, it was such an attention grab. Like, it was such a purposely disruptive thing for him to do. Like, to me, a lot of the shit Martin Luther did comes off as extremely disingenuous. So, but anyway, we were reading that criticism, and he's like, what about the regular people? And they need to be taught better, and you're not letting them learn. And also, Pope Leo X was such a shitty, corrupt pope that he kind of planted the seeds for Luther to get some momentum. A lot of people did not like Pope Leo X because he was very extravagant. He spent a lot of the church's money, put a lot in his own pocket, his friend's pocket. Extremely corrupt pope. Pope Leo X, he also really encouraged indulgences, which was wealthy people basically giving the church enough money that they just went, your sins are good, you're cool, you're forgiven, don't worry about it. Pope Leo X was just more of a politician than a pope. He was no Pope Urban II or Pope Pius. Like, those guys, they ruled. Pope Urban II is my favorite pope. He's the warrior pope who defended the cross. To quote Shia LaBeouf, I fuck with Pope Urban II. The speech at Claremont, the whole thing. Pope Urban II's arguably the greatest pope of all time. But, yeah, Pope Leo X was garbage, and that allowed Martin Luther to, bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch. I just don't like the way he did it. I don't like the way that it was very attention-grabby. I don't like it. I don't like that his self-importance and sanctimoniousness was seen as somehow, pious and sacrificial. Ugh, it annoys me. But, we dug into it. We got into it. And then, when we didn't know something, we'd look it up. And all of a sudden, we're like, holy shit, we're having, Bible study today. It was wild. So that was a lot of fun. But, And then I had to look up and see if my Pope, if the Holy Father had spoken about the war. Sure enough, he had. We're going to get into that later, but good for Pope Leo. So far, I'm digging Pope Leo. I like him. I like the cut of Leo's jib. I do. The cleaner says Martin Luther King was allowed. No, not Martin Luther. None of this is about Martin Luther King Jr. No, I'm not saying he was a loudmouth, and I would never use that word to describe Martin Luther King Jr. Cleaner. You're totally misunderstanding the point of what I'm talking. Oh my goodness gracious, what have we done? Pusangala says Martin Luther was right to name the Jew. I did say to SP, I was looking up Martin Luther and like later in his life, I did tell her, I might have to take back everything I've ever said about Martin Luther. She's like, why? I'm like, well, because he's kind of base. She just rolls her eyes and she goes, oh my God, let me guess, something about the Jews. And I'm like, yeah. Apparently Martin Luther wanted to kick them all out and take all their property. I was like, all right, based. Okay. I mean, look, blind squirrel and all that. Rational Redhead says, if you and girlfriend need a compromise church, Wisconsin Synod is the most conservative of the Lutheran church. Here's my problem. I do believe in the transubstantiation of the host. That's a big one. So it's hard for me to, if I go away, Catholicism is the only church, correct? Check me if I'm wrong on this. Catholic Church is the only church that believes in the transubstantiation of the host. That means as you bless communion, you're asking Christ to be present in the host. It's not a representation. It's not a metaphor. It's once blessed and Christ is invited into the host, it becomes the body and blood of Christ. So that's also, SP was asking, like we were at Catholic Mass and she's like, why do so many of you skip the wine? The Catholic Church teaches us that Christ is all of Christ is present in both. So if you take one, that's good. A lot of people, myself included, have a issue with a communal cup. People have that chalky bread in their mouth and then they're down in wine. And I can't. And the Catholic Church does say the bread is good. Bread is good enough. You don't need to do both. You don't have to. Ryobi says every day this podcast becomes more and more fucking church shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this show was about my life and like I talked about my shit like on the show. I thought from like 6:15 to 6:25, if I talked about part of my weekend on a 4.5 hour show, I thought that was okay. I apologize. That's on me. I'll stop and I'll never do it again. I'm joking. Give it a second. We'll be on to something else in a little bit. Caught myself. Good gravy. Contagious Cody with $1 says, do you really believe the Pope was willing to listen? No, but could we try that first instead of everything being a showy, dramatic teenage girl move? Like, it's kind of like you're at work and one of the employees, somebody who's an equal to you, just starts going out publicly with a bullhorn and yelling at all of you and telling you all what you're doing wrong and why you suck, like right in front of the boss and right in front of all your customers. And it makes them look really, really good. But everyone else is like, hey, maybe I feel the same way you do. You could come to me with this stuff. Like, we could talk about this. But instead, just like, hear ye, hear ye. Cool. Thanks for selling us all down the river. $1 for Mike Go says, your thoughts about the horrific bombing that happened this weekend at a certain club in NYC. I'm not going to talk about that because I think the whole thing's just, I think it's so embarrassing for everybody who's involved in that. I think it's so, like, I don't fuck with that. It's just so sad. And all the gaslighting and the weird shit. I'm not going to, I mean, there's a million other places that'll talk about it. I think it's just embarrassing for everyone involved. I think it is just so not being an adult. And just not, I mean, it's fucking sad. You know, people debasing themselves and shit. So no, sorry, I appreciate the $1, but I'd be embarrassed if I talked about it today. All right, let's get into what we were going to get into before all the Iran stuff. My thing with the Iran stuff is I don't want to start getting into it and then have to stop, bring Johnny on, and then start it up again. So we're going to get into some Minnesota stuff, and we're going to do some of that because there is a lot of Minnesota news, and then we're going to get into Iran after Johnny's here. I thought about, I'll be honest with you. I did think about, because Johnny has to leave at 9:30 today for some appointment. I did think about telling Johnny just take today off because I'm going to be ranting and raving about Iran, and I kind of wanted to just cook. But it's like, that's not right either because, like, he's your co-host. He's got to, he's got to brush up. Like, I'll tell you this, and he's got plenty warning now so he can prepare if he hasn't. And if he has prepared, then this doesn't apply to him. If he does come in and he doesn't know shit about Iran, I'm going to be mildly annoyed because that's your job to know that shit. So basically, if Johnny comes in and he's firing on all cylinders, man, that's great because that is what I asked today. Because we're going to be jumping into that Iran shit and we're going to be getting after it. Ryobi, no, Annoyed Wawa supervisor? Yeah. Sent me a little meme. It's me in my Litchfield studio. It says, Iran? Nah, I walk back after this. Yes, that's of course.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
It's like Iran. It's like, why don't you, power walk or something?
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Iran. It's like, why would I? It's just right down the hall.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
There's no reason to run and stuff, you cocksucker. All right, enough of this shit. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Let's go, baby. Let's go. So we got a lot of Minnesota stuff. I figure you guys love hearing from Tim Walz. Everybody loves Tim Walz. I think a lot of us call him America's governor. Then we have some side effects, some backlash from the Somalis ripping us off and how that's hurting vulnerable people. And then, guys, remember how we were all worried in November that we were going to have this budget deficit in Minnesota? And how does Tim Walz go from a $17 billion surplus to a $4 billion deficit? Like, this guy's really screwing up. Well, guess what? We got some good news this weekend, and we'll get to all that in just a second. Let's go with so Tim Walz, this session, our session started last month. And one of the big issues he has, so he's big on guns. He wants to get some guns. And he has to do something about this fraud thing. Like, whether he wants to do anything about fraud or not, I don't know. But he has to at least talk about it. And he's come up with some plans and he's come up with some ideas to mostly prosecute fraud that's already happened. I don't know if he's got really a solid plan to prevent fraud from happening in the future. I have a couple of ideas, but I don't know if they're constitutional. So let's go to some analysis from Minnesota about how this his actions on fraud are being viewed. This is Blois Olson. He's a big-time political contributor here in Minnesota.
And keep up with all of it. Good morning, Blois.
Good morning, Leah.
All right. When we first invited you on this week, we didn't expect to be starting off with discussions about attacks between the United States, Israel, and Iran. But here we are.
Hey, when we brought you on, we didn't think that our country would be in a full-blown war with a country who never did anything to us. But then again, we lost our independence in 1948.
Situation immediately getting quite political. So many different views on whether the United States should be making these moves, shouldn't be making these moves. Statements coming in from lots of lawmakers. We're going to share
skip around on fraud.
We've just seen this. One party supports their president, one party doesn't. That's the way it starts out of the gate. And people who supported it will, ride it as a potato at the Capitol. There may be more money, but there's still structural issues both in this current budget and in the future budget. And so you have to watch the economy. You have to watch the impact of ICE's presence in Minnesota had on tax collections from restaurants, sales tax, income tax, things like that. We will not have another forecast until December unless there's a sign that we're in a deep recession. And so I think this will then shape the governor's race and the discussion in those legislative races for the coming months.
Speaking of political hot potatoes, as you called it, Governor Walz laid out his anti-fraud multi-point plan.
I love how this video is titled "Political Analyst Says Walz Fraud Response is Too Little, Too Late," and they don't get into fraud until there's a minute left in the video. This is brilliant because what this is meant to do is it's meant to encourage more YouTube channel watch time for Fox 9, but it's fucking gross. Like, people hate this shit, and the thing is, people will skip. If they don't hear you talking about fraud in the first 30 seconds, they'll get out of there.
Past week, anything surprise you? We know this is just ahead of Governor Walz and Attorney General.
Like, why do people need to be so dishonest immediately as a default? Like, there's no trust up front. Like, just trust people. Talk about the thing that you say the video's about, and then people will be there for that, and they'll want to stick around instead of lying to them and tricking them. Like, it's so deceitful and dirty. And remember, this is your media. These are the people who are supposed to be informing you. If they'll be this dishonest on what's in a YouTube video, please use critical thinking. What else are they willing to lie to you about? If they're willing to tell you this is a video about fraud, which is like one of the number one things Minnesotans care about right now, and then you'll go 3.5 minutes of a 4.5 minute video not talking about fraud, and the only reason you're doing it is to cynically build up your watch hours on YouTube for monetization purposes, then, like, how can we, if we can't trust you on that one little thing, what, like, you're willing to lie about anything at that point.
Ellison heading to Washington for a hearing.
Yeah, the Ellison and Walz will be in D.C. this week, which will be the latest kind of chapter in this ongoing story.
You know, if you want to address fraud and you want to, you know, get rid of dishonesty in your politics, the best place to go to figure that out is Washington, D.C. You know, I think we should take care of it right here in Brainerd, if you're asking me.
I think that, you know, there's not a lot of surprises. I think everybody's surprised it took so long for the governor to lay out a package like this. And if you think about the last 6 months, had he laid this out, you know, in the fall, he could have had that to point to.
No, but Blois, these guys are smart. Why don't they point out the obvious? Again, it's hard to watch traditional media because you're like, I'm not buying that this Blois Olson guy is dumb. I think he's probably a really smart dude who's read a lot, knows a lot of facts and figures. So he's purposely being obtuse. He's like, well, I don't know why he didn't come out with a plan 6 months ago. Come on. You're supposed to be informing me and telling me what's going on. This is what frustrates me. I'm a dumb guy. I want to expand the things I know. I look to smart guys like you to help me expand the things I know. But then you're just being a obfuscating dick. And you go like, I don't know why Tim Walz didn't come up with a plan 6 months ago. Because this doesn't bother them. They don't care about the fraud. They don't think it's bad. They've known it's been going on. To these guys, it's the cost of doing business. There's 80,000 Somalis in Minnesota. A lot of them are eligible to vote. And they want those votes. We had a governor's race back in... Oh, God, what was the, or was it the governor's race between Emmer and Dayton. So if Walz came in 18, this would have been 2010. I think the 2010 governor's race was decided by like 300 and some odd votes. So if you can naturalize a shitload of Somalis, get them on welfare, get them to be good, loyal Democrats, that you can, I mean, 30, 40,000 votes is enough to put your party over the top in Minnesota state elections. So to Walz, that's just the cost of doing business. This is an important voter base. So for this Blois Olson to be like, I don't understand why Tim Walz didn't come up with a plan 6 months ago. Because he didn't give a shit because he doesn't want to hurt the voting bloc that is the people committing fraud. Same reason Republicans don't want to prosecute white-collar criminals or the Epstein Island people. Why? Because those are their friends. Trump said it to Marjorie Taylor Greene. A lot of my friends will get hurt if we go after the people in the Epstein files. Well, tough shit. You got bad friends.
Fraud became a national story, and it goes to show maybe a little too late on kind of taking it serious. Even Democrats have held more news conferences than the governor this week on fraud. And I think that just goes to show that he underestimated it.
Lots of things we'll be watching.
No, I don't agree. I don't think Tim Walz underestimated fraud. I think he was just going to ignore it because he doesn't want to harm the community that's committing the fraud because it's not politically expedient for him. And that's normal politics. This Blois Olson is supposed to be like the top political analyst in Minnesota, but he won't tell you the truth, which is the cynicism of two-party politics, which is, oh, I'm going to play this like I don't know how the game works. And then I'm going to. So then he gives you bad information. And then we wonder why we all run around on Facebook and Twitter yelling at each other about politics and talking past each other. It's because we listen to guys like this who are purposely misinforming you. Well, they don't want to promote cynicism, you know. At any rate, we've got, like I said, we got a lot of Minnesota news today. I was dicking around with the controller for our lights back here. And I realized that I am really doing a disservice to this audience. Like when there's different, like when we're doing the rally or when people chip in a certain amount of money, I should be changing. Look at that. I should be changing the lights. Look at the lights. That's just like, there we got fade, strobe. And then, so like, I think holiday should be for the rally. So this one here, this should be for the rally. This should be, which one? Like these should be regular. Fade and strobe should be regular. And flash should be when we hit the goal. See? Bing, 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 bing. But today will be blue, dabba dee, dabba die. All right, let's go in and see what you guys are talking about when it comes to this Minnesota stuff. Thank you, Mike Go, for the $1. Appreciate that. No Goal Mondays, says Phil Hersley. I fucking wish. I mean, kill it, and then there won't be one. Kill it right away. Red Boys galore. We'll be good to go. You went and protested for those filthy African N-words, says Cocktiff. No, I didn't. I went to cover it. Protesting. I didn't so much as hold a sign. I didn't even throw a dildo, bro. I didn't even throw a dildo at those protests. And I could have. I wouldn't touch the dildos either. I think that's kind of homophobic on my part. Like I didn't want to. Like I felt like if I picked up and touched the dildo, that's gay, right? Like if I even to cover it, even to show you guys like, hey, look, here's what they're doing with dildos out here. Like that's still gay. So I guess that's, on one hand, it's a flex. We're like, look, I didn't pick up the dildos. But on the other hand, extremely homophobic. Mike Erb says, fuck happened to your nose? Oh yeah, I was going to talk about my nose today. So last week, I think I have to quit saunas. I really do. Because last week I had a little blackhead right here on my nose. And I saw it in the mirror and I went, let's get that little fucker. And I went and got that fucker. Then I went to the gym and I played basketball. I ran, I lifted, and then I ended things in the sauna. And when I got out of the sauna, my nose was like dried out and crusty. And I'm like, oh shit. Like the spot where the blackhead was just started kind of expanding as it dried out in the sauna. So then I started putting lotion on it yesterday. It got really bad. And I'm trying to fix that. Trying to fix it. I started lotioning it a little too late, unfortunately. Bong Time says, Aaron used apple cider vinegar. Vinegar. My God. What the hell was that? Apple cider vinegar for pimples raw. I didn't know that. I'm old school, man. I know a lot of girls. A lot of girls like will fuck around with their zits instead of popping them. I don't know. I'm a caveman. I just go and I just get rid of them, take care of them. They always tell you not to, though. Since you were a kid, they told you not to pop your zits. I guess I learned that the hard way. Aussie Mark, yeah, I know. It's sad. I mean, some people just can't move on. and it's important to them that the internet sees them a certain way. I think there's a real sadness and emptiness there. But we're doing a fucking show, guys. Come on. What's your shit about drama? Don't be gay. You're all 40, all right? Drama, stop. And you're supposed to be men. Knock it off. You're embarrassing yourselves. So speaking of embarrassing ourselves, we were talking about fraud a minute ago. And so you got all this Somali fraud in Minnesota, and it's causing the federal government to kind of, like, the Trump administration already doesn't like us in this state because he feels like he won the state 3 times because it was very close each time. So he feels like we frauded our way and screwed him out of Minnesota. So and Tim Walz was Kamala's running mate. So he's got it out for Minnesota. Well, he then froze Medicaid dollars for Minnesota until these daycares and home health centers could prove that they were serving people, could show their documents, could show their employee rolls, could show their customer rolls and all that stuff. And until then, you're going to have your Medicaid funds frozen. What sucks about that is a lot of places that are doing legitimate good healthcare work, including mental health work, are now being left in the lurch on these Medicaid dollars because of the Somali fraud. So now we have mental health services in this state that are saying, yeah, we can't provide services to really poor and vulnerable people because of the federal government withholding Medicaid. Now, I would correct them and I would say, well, no, the reason you can't provide these services is because people aggressively defrauded the system, and now we've got to put more checks and balances on it. So, blame them. But this is the story from KSTP5, and this kind of shows you the real world consequences of this fraud. Because a lot of people think that it's just numbers on a computer screen and we're going to withhold those numbers, but it does translate. This fraud does rip people off.
The federal government announced it's freezing $260 million in payments to Minnesota as part of a crackdown on fraud. Alex Jokic says mental health providers are sounding an alarm now.
More than 1 million Minnesotans are supported by Medicaid. That includes things like therapy and addiction services. This clinic in St. Paul tells me 80% of their funding comes from Medicaid.
When people and that sucks because it would be nice if we had fraud protection and we could get fraud down to almost zero, because those are not things that I'm against tax dollars going towards, like getting junkies to get off drugs, mental patients getting help. Now, I would rather we had hospitals and facilities for them to go to rather than wellness centers like this. I don't know how expensive and how effective these places are. Addiction especially, because addiction has such a low rate of success treating it anyway. It's I don't know if these, this is one white woman's shiplap touch away from being, some divorced lady's kitchen. But I don't know how effective these places are. Maybe they are. But getting people help who might otherwise commit crime, cause problems, be a drain on the system in other places, in theory, that's a very good idea. But then when you have people just ripping off the taxpayer to the tune of billions of dollars, it becomes not worth it to support it.
We're here for treatment. The lights are subdued. We have the chairs. We have carpet.
Serving both kids and adults.
We have a lot of PTSD, depression, suicidal ideation, anxiety.
Roots Wellness Center in St. Paul is worried about...
Oh my God, I didn't know Roots Calhoun had a wellness center. I didn't know Roots had a heart. Here he is.
What's ahead as the state grapples with a massive freeze on Medicaid dollars?
What would happen with the next payment that you're set to get from the state?
I'm guessing we might not see it.
Let's recap. On Wednesday, the federal government gave Minnesota an ultimatum, saying the state has 60 days to send over documentation for Medicaid claims from the last quarter of 2020.
That's going to be bad. That's going to be bad, but that's going to be ripping the Band-Aid off so we can start to fix it. You got to send us all of our paperwork. And yeah, the Trump administration's probably going to look over that paperwork and they're going to hold it up to the entire country and go, look at these assholes in Minnesota. They didn't even check any of this stuff. Look at how easy it is. And they're going to pick apart, paperwork and say, look at what this asshole reported. And they just gave it to him. Minnesota sucks. They're awful. We shouldn't give them any more Medicaid money. It's going to be brutal, but if you really want to fix this, you got to put it all out into the open.
2025 to vet out any possible fraud. Until then, they'll withhold $260 million. Friday, the Minnesota Department of Human Services told us, quote, "We are still determining how we manage without these significant funds, particularly as the time frame for resolution may be lengthy and complicated."
This is a really big deal. This is a 5-alarm fire for Minnesota right now.
Okay, then get the paperwork to them. I hate that they're saying, like, this is really tricky for us. We don't even know what to do. We can't even. It's just a really... No, they're terrified that if they send that paperwork to the federal government's going to know exactly how much of a rubber stamp that we gave all of these programs. And the fact of the matter is, we did rubber stamp it all. So let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Let's show everybody, if you want to fix it, this is the way to do it. You got to take your medicine first. Then we can let the healing begin. But now they've got 60 days to show their cards, and they're going to take 59 and a half, 59, 23 hours, and 59 minutes and 59 seconds, and they're going to release like the best possible looking paperwork they can.
Advocates say Medicaid is the largest funder of mental health resources in Minnesota. And if the state can't keep the payments flowing,
how quickly would we see that impact?
We know that this is something that is not sustainable. We're going to see an impact fairly quickly.
This is one of our therapies.
Right, which would be, okay, but this is like people who get in trouble over something for like the third time, and they're like, oh my God, the consequences are going to be so bad. It's like, okay, well then why didn't we just keep this on the up and up from the beginning? Like, sure, as a politician, it looks great when you're ripping people off and defrauding people when you're not getting caught. But then when you get caught, it's this giant headache. So why don't we just stop ripping people off? Or, goddamn, at least find a new hustle or something.
Therapy rooms.
Some centers say it could be devastating.
We could close. I mean, we're going to have to cut positions, and if it goes on too long, we can't afford payroll, then we would have to close.
We asked DHS if they'll send over all of the Medicaid documentation the feds are demanding. They told us they are, quote, looking at their options, noting that the goal is to preserve that crucial federal funding.
They have a goal too. Hit the goal. Hey, there we go. Look, if you've got a mental health wellness place that can't survive without tax money, I don't know if you should be in business. Like, I understand, like, if we don't get these tax dollars, we'll have to seriously downsize. Okay, that's understandable. But, like, we as a business can't exist unless the federal government just throws a bunch of money at us, then maybe we should be consolidating mental health services in Minnesota just a little bit. Silver Wolf with $5. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that $5. He says, betting $5 there will be a shooting they will claim was caused by lax gun laws and mental health funds being frozen in Minnesota. Well, they're already going with that with the church shooting a while back with the lax gun laws, at least. That's why Walz is proposing his new gun laws. As far as mental health funds being frozen in Minnesota, if they can, they will. Yeah, I agree with you there. If they can, they will. By the way, MSO saying, I got to make sure I get this right. He says, 2 orangutans stole my membership. Yeah, we're beginning of the month, very low on memberships. So both on YouTube and Rumble, let's have a fun golden shower. Let's get after it and give a bunch of memberships to our fellow man. That would be great. Aussie Mark says, funny how Aaron cares about this shit when World War III could start at any moment and the elite were outed as pedo ball worshippers and baby eaters. Yeah, because my audience has not been complaining that I've been talking about the Epstein stuff too much. You've got it 100%. And as far as the war stuff, it's amazing to me, and maybe I've just been doing broadcasting for too long. It's amazing to me how people still don't understand how shows work. Like, you don't just go out and just start talking about the big thing right away. You have to find out when most of your audience is there, and then you bring that big A spot out, like I said, between 7:30 and 8:30. It's like I'm watching people. They know it's a 4.5-hour show every day. They know this. They've been made aware. And yet they're still like, wait a minute. They haven't talked about this in the first 45 minutes. Well, they're never going to. It's okay. It'll all be all right. Thank you to Mr. Beat for gifting a membership. Appreciate that. Dead Game got that one. Oh, 3 more gifted memberships or $5 drops. And we've got ourselves a golden shower in the next, I would say we probably got 2 minutes to get 3 of those in. And then we officially have a golden shower this morning. Thank you guys very, very much. Some Soper says, LOL, why not just turn over the shit they're asking for? Because they don't want Trump holding it up, or they don't want J.D. Vance holding it up because he's the fraud guy now. They don't want Vance holding it up and going, look at these assholes in Minnesota. Look at Tim Walz, this piece of shit. Look at this paperwork they had on all the people applying for Medicaid benefits, and it's just so clear that it's fraud, and they just passed it along anyway. It's going to be embarrassing for them. So I think they're trying to doctor paperwork, figure out what they can include, what they can leave out that will still satisfy the federal government. They're in CYA. They're in cover your ass mode like any other job. They got caught, and now they're trying to mitigate the damage, essentially. Some Soper says, look at Minnesota's mess, but sue the feds asking to verify the claims are the problem. Well, I mean, everybody's playing politics with it, really. Some quick good news here for the state of Minnesota before we bring Johnny on and get to all the Iran stuff. We got some good news, guys.
Budget forecast shows some improvement. A projected deficit is now a slight surplus.
Hey! We're number one. We're number one. We're number one. So back in November, they had this budget forecast. And the budget forecast said, sorry, guys, you're out of money. You're running a deficit. You're going to have to figure it out. Well, then it's based on projected tax revenues, based on what they think is going to come in. And then in February, just when the session starts, they give you an updated forecast. And our updated forecast came in last week, and it showed we're going to get a little bit of a surplus. Now, don't get too excited. We're not getting a dime of it back. They're going to spend the shit out of it. That's what Democrats do. But at least we're not sitting in a deficit, right? We only lost like $16 billion of our surplus, not 20. Yay.
But there's still concern over uncertainty surrounding federal funding.
Well, here's the problem is that they're going to get, when the update comes in November, they're going to find out that all this ICE shit and all these protests and everything really like cut off economic activity in the heart of Minneapolis. And that might put us right back into deficit territory.
Fraud. We have team coverage digging deeper on this big story. Let's start with our Eric Chaloux with today's update. Eric.
Yeah, Leah, fiscal discipline. That was a phrase that we heard from Minnesota's Commissioner of Budget and Management.
I'll take things that Tim Walz's administration has never practiced for 400, please.
For lawmakers. Yes, the economic outlook, the fund looking better than they first thought, but she cautioned them to pump the brakes a little bit. There's a lot of uncertainty in the economy still, and as you mentioned, that uncertainty coming from Washington as well. Why is this report important? Well, it gives lawmakers an outlook on how to spend your tax dollars this session.
The state of Minnesota is on.
So basically, these people are all just looking for an excuse to spend more of your money. Could they get by without it? Sure. Our state could probably be fine if we didn't raise a single dime of spending. But now that they've got the go-ahead and more money, I mean, why not spend it?
Strong financial footing.
They're also talking about a $1.2 billion bonding bill, which is a borrowing bill that they do every other year in Minnesota. So, yay. You're going to get a lot of roads and bridges fixed. I'm just kidding. It's going to go towards pet projects.
Friday afternoon, the commissioner at Minnesota Management and Budget, Aaron Campbell, shared an improved economic outlook on the state budget.
And despite persistent structural imbalances, we expect to end this biennium and the next with a positive balance.
Nice.
And that's a big improvement from November.
And now all the Democrats and Republicans in the legislature, all right, we'll fix that, right? So the thing in Minnesota is we can't run a deficit and we can't run a surplus. The budget has to be balanced. At the end of every biennium, it has to, it's like a nonprofit. It's got to equal zero. So the money's got to go somewhere. A lot of people would prefer if there's a surplus that it goes in a rainy day fund or a rebate. Those, for some people, those are the two top things you should do. Don't raise another dime of spending and do rainy day fund and rebate. Because if the spending you got now, I mean, the spending is so high in Minnesota that we got people defrauding the system and ripping it off and making shit up and just pocketing money. So we don't need to increase the spending. Shit, we have too much already. So pop it into a rainy day fund. If something happens and all these programs all of a sudden do need more money, we got a rainy day fund. We can make you whole. Or you took too much of our tax money, cut us a check, give it back. But then, you know, there's a political school of thought that says, well, make hay on these public services while the sun is shining and spend more on schools, spend more on roads, spend more on bridges, spend more on healthcare, spend more on this. It depends, I guess, on your politics, which way you fall. But we have a way in Minnesota of just as soon as we hear we have a little bit more money, it's just pigs at the trough. And it's just, let's go spend it on this. Even Republicans, let's spend it on this. Let's spend it on that. And it's like, nobody's handling the will of the people, so to speak, at all. $1 from Coltrane says they won't ever say that mental health funding had anything to do with shootings because then they may have to admit it may not actually be the gun. Yeah, that's a good point. But if I may, it may also be a way to, say, hey, we need this federal funding. You can't cut this funding off. Contagious Cody with $1 says we're already on the cusp of World War III. Ukraine fighting Russia. We're fighting Iran. Soon China and Japan will probably start skirmishing. I mean, I certainly hope not. They did ask Putin about, Iran's his ally. Why isn't he in there getting after the Iran shit? And Putin did say we've got a lot of Russians that during the Soviet Union years moved their families to Israel. And we don't want to launch attacks into Israel because we don't want to kill Russians. And I'm like, I hate it when Vladimir Putin comes out and says stuff and makes me go, I think Vladimir Putin might be more considerate of his people sometimes more than we are. Like, we're just throwing our troops into harm's way in a war for Israel. And Putin's like, I would support my ally, but I just won't bomb a place where my people are living. Meanwhile, Americans that are living in Israel, we have no problem putting them in harm's way. Great. Plus, there's a really incestuous relationship between like the United States, Russia, and all of these Middle Eastern oil countries. Like the relationships start to get really complicated and crossed over. Let me open up the Iran war stuff that we've got. Then we'll bring Johnny in just a second here. While we're doing that, let's talk about All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, if you go in the ditch, you slip, you end up in an accident, your car won't start, you need to call our friends at All Care Towing. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Before Tim Walz takes all your guns away, make sure you talk to our friends at Midland Armory. They have what you need to handle what you're looking for in terms of personal defense, home defense, carry, hunting, things like that. That's All Care Towing. Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville, just less than 2 weeks away from the big St. Patrick's Day parade and celebration. That's going to be March 14th, a Saturday. There's going to be Brian the Leprechaun is going to be live at Stoney's. It's going to be a lot of fun for St. Patrick's Day. Celebrate with them that Saturday at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. $2 from Zen's daughter. This is perfect timing. He says, no, Johnny, make Steel Toe a happy boy. Well, I'm sorry, Zen's daughter. I apologize, and Johnny will apologize too, because here you go. There he is.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was ruining things.
You should be. You're ruining Zen's daughter's day.
You asked me to be here. I said, sure.
I did. I did ask you to be here. But in fairness, Zen's daughter did not.
That is true.
So he's allowed to be upset. You know, that's the thing about free speech. Can hate Johnny however much you want. And you know what the weird thing about free speech is?
What's that?
Not allowed to hate me at all. I won't abide by it.
Not allowed to hate you at all?
I won't abide by it. I believe in total free speech on this program.
Seems strange.
What? I believe in total free speech as long as
I would think free speech would mean you could hate anybody.
You can. You can absolutely hate anyone you want to.
All right. So people can hate you?
No.
That seems weird.
Gotta love me. Gotta think I'm the best. So, total free speech on this program.
Okay.
Just
I don't know if you understand what the word total means.
Yeah, it means all encompassing, every single aspect with no exceptions.
Right.
So, total free speech on this program as long as you think I'm great. What? I learned this. I've been watching a lot of boomers on Facebook talking about the Iran thing, and I've learned that as long as you think Trump is the greatest and you never criticize anything he does, you're a total free speech, America first MAGA warrior. These people are insufferable. Like, these people are unfixable.
Yeah.
You can't fix these MAGA-tards. You can't. It's like we made this allegiance with, and I apologize to anyone with Down syndrome or cognitive disabilities. I'm not trying to insult this. I'm just using this as a term that's kind of in the nomenclature, and that is, we made a pact with a bunch of suicidal retards.
Yeah.
And I thought we were having a discussion about the future of the country and where we wanted it to go and what good ideas we could pursue. I didn't realize that we made a pact with people who just said, no, everything Trump does is good, and if you don't like it, you must be a communist sympathizer who wants Tim Walz to be president. Nobody told me that. I made an ass of myself, and I made a post that said, one American soldier is worth more than Israel. Meaning, like, no American soldiers dying
should die for Israel.
Right, exactly. And it was, you're an like, even Sulzer from Old Capitol was like, well, formerly Old Capitol, but he's like, what made you so anti-Semitic? I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't know that criticizing a country that wasn't my own and saying that my country should not go to war for its interest, I didn't know that that was anti-Semitic, because some of the most based people I see online are the Orthodox Jews that are burning Israeli flags. So I didn't know that I hated all Jews if I said that these Zionist, corrupt, billionaire fuckers are robbing our country blind. I didn't know.
Strange how we only do it for that one country, too. Like, we don't do that for any other country. Like, if you detest what Russia's doing, people, why do you hate every single Russian on the planet? Like, we don't.
Right. And if you don't like Russians, they don't go, oh, you're anti-Slavic. And you want to know the wild part about that one?
That'd be more accurate.
I would openly admit that I'm anti-Slavic. Poles, Serbians, Russians, all of them, they don't seem like people to me. So I'll admit it. Sorry, present company excluded, of course. But when they're like, you just hate all Jews for no reason, I'm like, no, I hate Zionists, and for a very good reason. They corrupt my country and cause our presidents to go to war with people that have nothing to do with me and nothing to do with what I voted for, and they throw their money around and just buy people. Like, did you see Paramount, the Ellisons now bought Warner Brothers? I mean, they're running it all. Batman's gonna be like killing the Ayatollah and bringing him, or not killing him, but beating him up and taking him back to Tel Aviv in the next Batman movie. Like,
one of the things on his tool belt is a dreidel to distract people. He just rolls it into the room. It's like a smoke bomb.
I'm going to spin this and you're going to stare at it. And then they're going to play Hava Nagila while he beats the shit out of a bunch of Joker's henchmen.
Oh.
Joker's going to be Muslim in the next movie. It's going to be very subtle.
Right.
Very, very subtle.
You won't even notice.
You won't even notice it. Hey, let's check the Dow futures before we get going on this Iran talk here. What do you say? Let's see.
Let's see if the market's doing badly.
Holy shit. Dow futures drop over 500 points as oil prices spike. Oh, and by the way, the gasoline that's in the pumps right now was bought at a cheaper oil rate per barrel, but they're still jacking up that price, boy. It was $3.19 this morning driving in.
Well, that's part of the fun of it. They buy the gasoline ahead of time that they load up there, but then they also base their price on the estimate of what they'll have to pay next time because they can't run a.
But yet, when things get really good, they don't start dropping the price in anticipation. They wait till they buy that oil, and then they,
isn't it?
Yeah, it's almost like our country is run by oligarchs who have absolutely zero concept of patriotism, and every crisis for working people is a profitable opportunity for them.
Yeah, it's almost like they view us as a bunch of exploitable sheep.
It really is like capitalism is a lie. And they will socialize their losses, but capitalize their profits.
Yep.
Like when things are going really bad, we're all in this together and we all need to help out. But then when there's a crisis where they can jack up gasoline prices, they're like, well, that's capitalism. Thanks. We shouldn't be French.
I tell you, it's a really great deal for them. Great if you can get it.
Great. I mean, look. Would I do the same thing? No, I have a soul, and I believe what they're doing is remarkably sinful. But the trade-off is they're going to go to hell. So, great job in the here and now. The hereafter is not looking so good. How did you make your money? They say that, Christ once said, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a wealthy man to inherit the kingdom of heaven. So if a wealthy guy goes to heaven, he's already got a strike against him. He's wealthy. And they do the interview and they go, how did you, okay, well, here, we're not going to judge yet. How did you make your money? Oh, when American servicemen were dying in foreign wars that we had no business fighting, I charged working people and the family members of those soldiers a shitload of money for them to drive to work every day. Oh, well, you're definitely going to hell. You're really a piece of shit.
I'd like to think about how some people kind of finagle their way out of that. Like, all right, what did you make your money on? Well, I sold a pretty hot commodity. All right, let's check our notes here. Yeah, it says here that hot commodity was children. Like I said, a lot of people wanted what I had to sell.
But basically, it's all blood money. Do you have any currency that's not tainted by the blood of other people?
No.
Define tainted. I don't know. We're going to get into this. Thank you, Balls Deep, for the gifted membership. Appreciate it. GLP with $1.99 says, regret giving you hundreds to shame Nick Tard. With Fuentes? What did I say? Am I breaking from the altar of Fuentes? Oh, God, forgive me. How will I survive? How will I? I don't even know what his, like, a lot of times I feel like he's taken, like, contrarian positions now.
Fuentes, just to be what, like a firebrand?
Just fucking with people. Yeah. I feel like, I don't know. I could be wrong. Because, like, I was expecting him to be, like, one of the biggest guys to come out against the Epstein stuff, and he's wearing an Epstein pullover.
Yeah, that's weird.
Like a shock jock, essentially. All right, guys, thank you very much. We are 48 memberships away from 500. Let's get into it. Let's dive into some of this Iran stuff. I guess we start first with personal opinions. I don't think I've kept this a secret. First of all, this war wasn't a secret. We knew it was coming at some point, especially after the State of the Union. I don't know, like, how much shit do you have to ignore to not see us as the bad guys in this?
I don't know how much. I don't think if you ignored all of it, you could still not see us as the bad guys. We already attacked them on Israel's behalf before and ignored when Israel was attacking them because they have weapons of mass destruction. And I thought we dealt with that problem. Now we circled around back to it and we got the Ayatollah out of there. Bases are getting bombed and shit. There's a crap ton of collateral damage. Like there's a girls' school that got hit and like a whole bunch of little girls got killed.
Yep.
So I'm just like, I feel like a whole lot of this didn't need to happen. And I could have swore the guy I supported said no new wars. I feel like we're getting the repeat of Bush Sr. with no new taxes. And like, yeah, I believe that when I see it. Like,
well, and then also, all of this feels like gaslighting. All of this feels like Mandela effect because I swear to holy God that when we bombed Iran back in the summer, like it was July or whatever, back when we bombed Iran, we said afterwards that we'd set their nuclear capabilities. And by the way, I don't believe that they were close to getting a bomb then. They didn't produce any evidence. In fact, the only evidence we had was Tulsi Gabbard saying Iran's not trying to develop a nuke. They don't have a nuke. That's all we had. And then all of a sudden they're about to develop a nuke. You know, the same line Bibi Netanyahu's had for almost 40 years now. They're going to get one next week. So we go and we bomb Iran, and then we say we destroyed this super secret nuclear facility with bunker busters. We fucked them up. We completely stripped them of their nuclear capabilities. And I swear they told me that they set the program back at least 10 years.
Yeah, I thought that was the whole deal. That's why we kind of like went, we didn't want to do it, but now it's done.
Okay, well then, because maybe we're operating on the Yiddish calendar, I don't know. That 10 years turned into 6 months, and all of a sudden, Bibi's telling us, well, Jesus, I mean, they're about to get a nuke again. Can you believe this? These guys, they're incredibly resilient. Jesus, they're about, you don't want them getting nukes, do you? And I'm like, well, I'm an American. If they got a nuke, do they have anything that can reach America? No, well, they don't even have anything that could reach Germany. It really doesn't seems like a regional problem. You know, you guys figure it out.
The way they'll tell you that is, well, they could provide that nuclear material to terrorist groups, and then you can have terrorists coming into your country and setting off a dirty bomb.
Cool.
And it's like, okay, yeah, I saw that movie too. Yeah. Ben Affleck was great, but my big question here is like, why would they do that to us if we just leave them alone? We keep fucking with them. I can understand why they'd fuck with us back, because if every 6 months we're blowing their shit up. And they were like, all right, we got everything. It's done. We've set them back a decade. You think people on the ground are like, all right, guys, we got a decade before they'll try and come at us again.
Yeah.
And then 6 months later, like, we're coming for you again. Like, I'd kind of start getting ready to fight back too.
Yeah. So then, and great point with they could give them a dirty bomb. You know what I would do? I would elect a president who wants to shut down our borders.
Right.
And then that dirty bomb will never get into the United States. Isn't that something? So
nice.
So, okay, first off, I feel gaslit. Like back when I was against this in July, I was told that was it. And now all of a sudden, boom, we're just lighting up Tehran for what reason? They're dancing around it. Like, just say we don't like the Islamic regime in Iran. We've never liked them. We've wanted to get rid of them for, since 79. And this is our chance. And we're going to do it. And these Epstein files came out. I don't think that there's a person alive that doesn't think this isn't partial Epstein distraction. And by the way, where this attack really backfired is now the Dow's never going to get hit 50,000 anytime soon. And as we know from Pam Bondi, 50,000 is the number you need to stop talking about pedophilia.
Well, then I guess, I don't know, as a weird person who'd like the pedos ousted and exposed, I guess, like, okay, great, the market's down, so we can keep talking about who these people were and what they did.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to stop me from talking about the fact that our country is run by vampiric pedophiles that are controlled by Mossad and the CIA in Israel. I mean, I would like to still discuss that. But now we also have a war that was launched by these evil satanic pedophiles, so now we have to talk about that as well. It's just thing on top of thing. So this whole thing starts because Israel wants the Ayatollah out. They've got this Prince Reza that they want to install in there, who is a complete pro-Israel guy. I mean, it's all essentially empire. Mm-hmm. It's all an empire game, and the new empire is you conquer countries without conquering them. It's soft power. You just bomb somebody out, install somebody new that you like. And that's the other thing. This gross idea that we're doing this for the people of Iran. So yeah, we're killing you to get rid of your leaders. And then the guy that, now if you were doing this for the people of Iran, you would depose their leader and then say, hey, you guys, now you get to pick exactly who you want. And we're going to leave. And you guys can go in and pick your new leader and build your new country. Free from the Ayatollahs. No, it's going to be some guy we want in there. Just like the Iranian people at one point chose this Mossadegh. They got rid of the Shah of Iran. They said, we want Mossadegh to lead our country. And the United States says, that doesn't work for me, brother. And then the CIA, overthrew Mossadegh and reinstalled the Shah of Iran, which pissed off a lot of Iranians. He tortured a shitload of people. And then the Islamic Revolution happened. And they took American hostages. Like, I watched Patrick Bet David on Saturday.
I'm sorry.
That guy is, first of all, the way he became wealthy was he ran a pyramid scheme. He ran a multi-level marketing insurance scam and made and he even said, he goes, I search out Latino women to sell his multi-level marketing to. He basically built his wealth off of telling lies to poor Latin women. And then now he does this show, and I swear to God, he's got a 6-year-old's ability to reason, maybe less. And he's on his show on Saturday, and I'm sitting there making breakfast for the kids. I got a headphone in. I don't want my kids hearing this shit. And he's talking about how the Shah was good, and the people of Iran liked the Shah. And then the Islamic Revolution happened, and we didn't want them, and we wanted the Shah. And it's like, bro, you're lying to everyone now to sell this war. And like, I understand you don't like the Islamic Revolution. That's fine. But like, the reason there was a revolution in the first place is because the Shah was torturing and killing his own people. Like, he was a bad, bad guy. So now we end up going to war. This is all to overthrow the Islamic Revolution. And we're going to listen to Trump's statement here that he made this weekend. It feels like they're not even trying to salesman me this at all. It sounds like they're not even trying to tell me why this is beneficial to America, because Americans have already died and are going to keep dying. And
on behalf of this, yeah.
And one of two things is going to happen here at home. And we may have already gotten this answer this weekend. Either the Trump administration was telling the truth about these Iranian sleeper cells that are inside the United States, and now, since we bombed them unprovoked, they're going to activate these sleeper cells, and there's going to be Islamic mass shootings in America and bombings and things, which right there, if that alone happens, and it may have happened once already, that already makes the war not worth it. Now you've put American civilians in harm's way for like the greatest risk since 9/11. And for no reason, for a country that was never attacking us, never going to attack us, couldn't attack us. Or those attacks aren't going to happen, and you lied to us about one of the reasons why we needed to do this war.
Yeah. So there'd be another weapons of mass destruction in Iraq's situation.
Well, and then the other reason is the weapons of mass destruction lie is back again. And it just frustrates me so much to watch these dumb central Minnesota magatards fucking buy this argument again. It's like, guys, do you not like follow shit? Like, do you not remember when you got fucked over? And like, do you know not to walk down that alley again because they're raping you again? And you're wearing the same skirt, and you're walking down the same alley, and you have no mace on you, and you're just going, this is the best alley in town. There's no danger in this alley at all. And then they're going, hey, yo, man, I got Iran with weapons of mass destruction over here. And instead of you going, no, I've been down this alley before. I've seen this trick. I got butt fucked last time. Instead, you go right over to him and you go, oh, man, that's terrible. No, I'm getting fucked in the butt. Oh, no. Oh, there's the dick in my butt again. Should have known. And they're all
at a certain point, if you keep coming back for it, we're going to assume that is literally what you want.
And like they're defending the dick. Like we're all going, there's a dick in your ass, dude. And they're like, yeah, totally meant to do that.
But dick's got to do what a dick's got to do. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's doing it to you.
So like watching people defend this is wild to me. So here's Trump. It's a 6-minute address to the nation. The part that made me the sickest about this address is when he announced that 3 American service members have been killed. So right there, already not worth it. Right. And then he said, and there will be more. And that is the nature of war. It's like the nature of war. First of all, a war should only be defensive. Like if you're the good guys, the only war you fight is when you've been attacked first.
You don't have a choice.
That's kind of one of the rules of being the good guy. If you're going to be the good guy, you got to get kicked in the teeth first. That's just the nature of being the good guy. You know, Superman doesn't just go out and go, I think this guy might be up to something, and then burn him to death with his laser eyes. You know, somebody, swings a golf club at Superman and hits him in the face, and then he grabs him and throws him up against a building. You know?
Batman's beating people up on suspicion.
Yeah.
He seems sus.
I think you might become a burglar someday. And then breaks his neck. You're like, bro, you just crippled him for no reason. He's going to do something bad. So this is us. This is our president giving an address to the nation after we just bombed a country that's done literally nothing to us. And again, not even hiding the fact that this is for Israel.
36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives.
By the way, can we admit gay mission name?
Right, dude? Balls of Fury would be better.
Balls of, yeah. Dan Fogler can command the attacks. Let's go through it. Operation Desert Storm is a fucking awesome name. Operation Desert Storm is maybe the coolest name in, like, my lifetime. Like, what was Operation Enduring Freedom? Gay. Operation Iraqi Freedom? Rip off. Operation Desert Storm. That's fun. That's good. Operation, what is it? Epic?
Operation Epic Fury.
Ew.
Yeah.
Epic Fury? That kind of sounds like you're the bad guy.
Right?
You're unleashing epic fury. Well, what did the people do to earn the epic fury? Because, like, an elementary school got bombed and 50 people died. Or it's, I think it's up to like 70 now. Kids, like, you murdered babies.
8 to 12-year-old girls.
Yeah, 8 to 12-year-old girls. And aren't we told, like, oh, Iran is so bad to women, they don't let those girls go to school. It's like, well, clearly they do because, well,
they let them go to school to a point, and we snuffed that out.
America has stopped more Iranian girls from going to school than the Ayatollah ever did.
I'm actually getting news from conservative Muslims in Iran. They said thank you.
Yeah, right. All the conservative Muslims are like, good work. We might have misjudged you. But like Donald Trump, like, Epic Fury just sounds like you started this shit.
The world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it.
Yeah, yes, I have. Iraq in 2003 looks exactly like it. You told me it was going to take a few days. You're already telling us prepare for weeks, which means it's going to be at least a year. There's weapons of mass destruction. They don't exist. I promise you they don't exist. No boots on the ground. I'm sorry, Johnny, but I hate to be the bearer of bad news. If we really are doing this for regime change, there's no way you can get a U.S. and Israel-friendly regime without troops in there.
Right. And there's a funny little thing they do to finagle. It's like, no boots on the ground. We aren't going to commit forces to it. It's like, right, but we have so many little satellite bases in the area that they can attack those to attack us, and then we'll have to retaliate. So at some point, we're sending more people in.
Do you know who's not, just judging historically, you know who's not going to put boots on the ground?
Who?
Israel.
Yeah, it's weird.
Israel won't be putting boots on the ground. By the way, GLP with $1.99. Oh, he's mad that I won't talk about the other Nick. Dude, it's been 2 years. Like, guys, if I've moved on, you all got to move on. Like, even from him. Like, you got to, like, live your life. You got to, like, these strangers on the internet, like, hating them and watching and waiting for other people to destroy themselves, I'm going to tell you right now, is no way to live your life peacefully. I'm telling you, like, take that advice or leave that advice. But he says, $1.99, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster created Superman. Oops. Well, I guess he already has been.
Uh-oh. He's co-opted too.
I
knew that nose was
Could you do me a favor? Because I've got the Trump speech up here. Could you Google Bob Kane's religious background?
All right, let's see here.
Just tell
Bob Kane religious.
Yeah, what's Bob Kane's religion? Don't. And if
a C or a K?
K. Bob Kane is Kane. Uh-oh.
Oh, dear Lord. You type RE, that's the first thing that comes up. That's scary.
What's the result?
Part.
What's the result?
Bob Kane was of Jewish descent. Fuck. He was born in New York City to Augusta and Herman Khan, who were Ashkenazi Jews. You can't make this up, dude.
Oh, well, I guess we don't have to worry about Paramount buying Warner Brothers because we were already there.
But don't worry. He claims that Batman is canonically atheist.
Well, let's make him Catholic. Balls Deep with $2 says, is Iran part of the Antarctic Treaty? Something worth looking up.
We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now it was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and
So I thought that was like against international law to target people's leaders.
Right.
I thought that was a war crime to target presidents and shit. Like,
well, who's going to do the diplomacy if you take the leaders out?
Dude, I'm sorry, but like I watched these missiles explode in Tel Aviv, and we'll play. There's a Marine who did a big rant on this, and we'll play it later.
Yeah, I saw that.
But I'm sorry, when missiles hit Tel Aviv, do you not? Oh God, how do I say this? I guess my audience won't care. Do you not kind of go, good, fuck you?
It's about time you got a little taste of what you give out. Like, I'm not rooting for people to get hurt, but
right,
that's getting a little annoying at one country's like, hey, casualties, collateral damage, none of it matters so long as we get what we want, and we'll use proxies to do all of our work for us. I mean, we've done the same thing over here too, but at least we understand when we get slapped. It's like, all right, okay, so that happened because we keep fucking around.
And like, try to remember this the next time like some Islamic terror attack happens. Understand, you guys, they don't have the Air Force we do. Or the Navy we do. The only way they can fight back against us is through terror. Like, they have to go under the wire because you can't reach America. So you got to get inside America and you got to start creating havoc. You got to make the cost of the war to the people so bad that America has to sue for peace. They can't.
Ironically, similarly what the Revolutionary Army was aiming to do in the beginning.
Right. Just drain them. Like, what did the North Vietnamese say? We don't have to beat you. We just have to not lose.
Right.
And that's, you can't go straight up with America and win. We'll like even China, we would obliterate them.
We have too many toys. We've been buying them since the 70s.
When an American nuclear armed submarine goes into the water, it becomes the 5th largest nuclear power in the world.
And we've got what, like at least 7 or 8 of them floating
8 loads of them, yeah.
Vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible.
Why stop there? I've always wondered. Just say millions. Like, just keep lying. Like, why not just keep going? They've killed 6 million people. So, Mr. President, I heard it was like 300,000. That's an anti-Semitic lie.
For the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives.
Cool. I mean, I barely believe any of that, but let's say that's true. Still tell me how that's any of my business. Please tell me how that lowers my please tell me how that lowers my taxes. Tell me how that balances my budget. Tell me how that brings gas prices down. Tell me how it helps the economy. Please. Was the Iranian Revolutionary Guard keeping the Straits of Hormuz open to shipping? Yes. Okay. So economically, we're good. By the way, what this war has done is caused Iran to shut the Straits of Hormuz down. And I'm sure the Houthis in Yemen are going to join them and do the same and shut down the Straits of Hormuz and pick the pirating back up again.
They want immunity.
So, good luck gas prices.
They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there.
And by the way, this whole idea that we were negotiating with them, I do not believe them. I don't think we were negotiating in good faith. What could the Iranians have done to get this to stop? We're like, oh, well, you can't have nukes. And like, well, you don't worry, we don't. And then also, like, Iran was like, we had a deal. We had a no nukes deal. You tore it up because Israel didn't like it. Like, why don't we just put that deal back in place.
Right. And since this summer, like Iran's been on the receiving end of us and Israel battering them.
Yeah.
And then them making like a deal or a ceasefire and then Israel breaking it immediately.
Dude.
And then we pulled all that bullshit. Donald Trump got so mad at Israel and he said the F word on TV. Whoa.
Right.
And then we go forward to now. We've had another deal. We've had the whole thing cool down. Then we just show up and start bombing your shit going, well, we tried to talk and it didn't work. And dude, you guys just seem to just end on blowing us up no matter what we do.
And if you think, oh, this is conspiracy talk, bro, we'll do it to Maui and we'll do it to Vegas. You don't think we'll do it to New York City? We'll do it to Lower Manhattan. You don't think we'll do it to other countries with absolutely no hesitation? We'll burn down our own cities. Like what? Like it's nothing. And by the way, how anyone can back this war is like so foreign to me because it is literally they haven't changed a thing from the Iraq script. They just changed the last letter of the country.
Yeah.
It's literally the exact same sales job. Remember when we said to Saddam, get rid of your weapons of mass destruction? And he's sitting there going, I don't have it. I can't get rid of something that I don't have. And they're like, well, you hear it. He won't get rid of his weapons. And then we go in there and we look and we're like, yeah, it turns out he didn't have them.
We didn't have any.
All
those facilities they looked at, they're like, oh, well, we came back. There's no chemical weapons here. Yeah, but that's because he's not showing you the real ones. And it's right. And then when we get, it turns out he can't show them the real ones. They don't exist.
Quantum Whisper with $2. This is a fair point. Let me put this up on the screen. He says, just remember, Aaron, you voted for this. I think Johnny did too.
I supported it, yeah.
I voted for this guy.
I supported it.
I voted for this guy. There's no getting around that. I'm not going to make excuses. This sucks.
Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action.
Already right there, not worth it. Whatever happens out of this, it was not worth those 3 guys being dead.
And this must be before or after, like a couple of our bases abroad have been like attacked and destroyed, or parts of them have been destroyed or bombed. So it's like, I'm sure we've got more than 3 people.
You see the explosions at those facilities that they're showing, and it's like, there's no way that didn't kill anyone.
Right.
So like,
that's what I'm saying. 3 seems too fucking low.
That's the other thing. So like, I can't trust our media. I can't trust it sucks. Like you grow up, with, like, what are they saying? Goodfellas, learning good government bullshit. And then you go, well, these guys are just like Baghdad Bob. These guys are just like Chemical Ali. These guys are just like Goebbels. They're all lying to you. Like it's all propaganda. 3 servicemen dead. I guarantee it's at least in the dozens. Looking at the explosions I've seen, there's a lot of dead American servicemen right now, which also makes me wonder, how accurate are the Afghanistan or Iraq numbers? How accurate? Well, we know they lied in Vietnam, because General Westmoreland was saying, we're killing them faster than they can reproduce. We're only losing this many soldiers. They're losing that many. And then you start doing the numbers and you're like, well, then the Viet Cong should have been gone by now.
Right.
So,
mathematically, North Korea should have been out of people.
To me, I'm just going to say my government is guilty until proven innocent. Until you can prove the bullshit you're saying, I'm going to assume it's a lie because I feel like I have a greater chance of accuracy that way, unfortunately. And again, I don't want it to be that way. I voted for this guy because I thought he wasn't going to be that way.
Right. A lot of people that supported him thought he was going to be, again, America first, not worrying about wars, straightening up our finances here, closing down our borders so not just anybody. And that's another fun thing, too, for the other fun stuff. Like all the people that thought Biden, like, your open borders, these are just good people wouldn't get by. If what Iran is saying is true, then for 4 years we had borders open where any number of terrorists, like sleeper cells, could come in.
And by the way,
now we have to worry about those.
When we weren't bombing Iran, were those terror cells causing any problems?
No.
So
they're kind of like,
would
a fail-safe.
So would America have an Islamic terrorism problem if we weren't constantly fucking around in the Middle East?
Probably not.
I don't think we would.
As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives.
Hey, usually when you have a righteous mission, you know what you don't need to call it?
What?
A righteous mission. Righteous.
Oh, dude, but Epic Fury is so righteous.
It is Epic Fury and righteous, but it's like when you have to start using salesman words, I don't even think you believe it. I feel like you're gaslighting me. Because, like, righteous to me is self-evident. Like a righteous
you don't need
act.
to tell me it is. I'm aware.
If someone's pulling a baby from rubble alive, you don't need to tell me that that's a generous, godly, righteous act. I'm seeing it. I know that, like, nobody pulling a baby from rubble goes, I am doing something incredibly righteous. It's like, no, it's self-evident. It looks like it.
We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more.
Fuck you, dude. Like, honestly, when I heard that this weekend, I just went, I'm done with you.
I hear that. I go, and how many of them will be Israeli, since we are the people that are, or those are the people we're doing this for? Any of them stepping in to catch a few bullets for us? No.
The only thing that stops me from celebrating when I see a missile hit Tel Aviv is knowing that some poor day laborer is going to die.
Right. It's average, everyday people that are getting punished. You don't like to see that. But at the same rate, like, as a country and as a political factor in that region, you want to see somebody slap them. Like, you want to see someone slap Bibi Netanyahu across the face when he pulls his boy who cried weapons of mass destruction bit again. Like, you want some just like,
dude, their president.
You wanted Greta Thunberg to, how dare you?
Their president, not Prime Minister Netanyahu, but their president was standing at like a missile strike site crying and being like, look what they're doing to us. It's like, motherfucker, they're defending themselves. It's like October 7th. You're occupying where they live. They're defending themselves. And the only way they can defend themselves is through terror, because they are not allowed to have a military like you have.
They don't have weapons like nukes that you have.
These people,
they don't have a bully named the United States to go at your beck and call like you have.
They got to fight dirty. Of course you want them to fight you fairly. You'll win.
That's why you keep paying them to fight you.
Yeah, right.
That's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will eventually.
Hey, you know, did you hear that? He said we'll do anything possible. You know what's possible?
What?
Stop bombing them right now.
I stop acting on another country's behalf. That's entirely possible.
Bring our carriers home. Bring all of our ships home. Bring these people. Like, I have a buddy who's an officer in the Navy, and he had to go out and be. He had just, I believe, just gotten married. Yeah, just gotten married. He had to go to Eritrea for 9 months. It's like these people are literally away from their wives, away from their children, away from their families. That's real. That's a real thing. And to me, if you're going to sentence people to that, it better be to defend this country. And the fact that you're taking fathers away from their children, men away, husbands away from their wives, sons away from their mothers and fathers to fight a war on another country's behalf, really, goddamn, man, it should. I'm mad about that, but I'm also mad that there aren't more mad people.
That there aren't more people upset about it?
Yeah.
I don't know, like, for a lot of people, though, if it doesn't affect them, they're like, oh, okay, well, I support Trump, and this is great for us because he'll do good for him, which is good for us. And like, nope, I don't know where that rule you thought was written, but in this case, like, some people's lives will be very, very affected. My brother's up for his final tour before he retires from the Air Force.
Well, there you go. He might be a peacekeeper in Tehran.
For the longest time, we thought he was going to be stateside. He's like, yeah, Scuttlebutt is stateside. Now this shit popped off. What's to stop him from getting sent somewhere?
To put it in the nomenclature of Gen Z, Trump is Bushmaxing right now.
Avenge their deaths.
He's bomb-mogging Iran.
Deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization.
Oh!
They have waged war against civilization itself.
Iran has waged war against civilization. That's interesting. I
mean,
ain't no Viet Cong ever call me. Ain't no Iranian Revolutionary Guard ever called me cracker.
I'm pretty sure if I go back in the tape, they were getting the shit kicked out of them a couple months ago. I don't think they've been attacking civilization.
Who's a greater threat to the American working class? Iran or BlackRock?
Oh, totally BlackRock.
Right? So if the American government's allowed to bomb Iran, what are we allowed to do to BlackRock?
Now now you're asking the right question.
Right? Thank you, Dr. Lanning.
It's the goddamn robots, John.
It's the goddamn robots, John.
Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do
is because we bleed out the muzzies every once in a while. It's a blood sacrifice to Baal.
It's like children of the corn.
You guys are watching us too close, so we can't rape and kill babies anymore. So back to Muslims.
Freedom and security as we have done things that others are unable to do.
Like made a wicker muzzle.
It's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And
our
they
enemies.
do battle better than
Iran's not my enemy. I'm sorry. I'll say it.
I'm a very neutral on Iran right now.
Yeah. I don't see them as my enemy.
Anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American.
I agree. But
that hasn't happened yet, from what I understand.
Yeah, that hasn't happened. It won't happen. And by the way, if I'm a Middle Eastern Muslim country right now, you know what I'm trying to do?
What?
Get a nuke as fast as I fucking can and load up on those motherfuckers. Because
right, it seems to be the only way we don't blow you out of the water is you have a bigger bomb.
What's kept Putin alive? What's kept Kim Jong-un is going to live to a ripe old age. And it's because he's a porcupine with a shitload of nukes on his back. And he'll use them.
Stay out of his way.
Hey, who was fucking with Gaddafi before he gave up his nukes?
Nobody.
Nobody.
It's ironic.
Then we paid him a shitload of money to get rid of his nukes, and then he got butt fucked to death in the streets of
by a box cutter.
Yeah, Tobruk or whatever.
We cannot allow a nation that
he got American meat over a bag of rice.
Raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons that would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others.
It wasn't happening to us.
The United States.
And George Carlin said it best. Israeli murderers are called commandos. Arab commandos are called terrorists.
Says the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military.
Yeah, because Obama had a real problem being able to bomb countries.
Right? He didn't blow people up even from our own country based on a whim of like, hey, he fits the height parameter.
Yeah, Obama overthrew Syria. He overthrew Libya. He was still fucking people up in Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, you know that weakened military that had no ability. He was bombing the shit out of Yemen.
Like
all while deporting record numbers of people.
Yeah, right.
Yes. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using...
There's nobody even close, but we have to bomb this country. We have to preemptively bomb this country, even though we're the biggest military and there's nobody close. This is the great Trump paradox. He is running a hypocritical administration in that we're the biggest military, nobody's close.
We're the best.
But we got to bomb the fuck out of these guys because they're big and scary and they might attack us. Well, have they? No. Do they have any missiles that can reach us? No, not at all. But they can reach Israel. Cool. Sounds like a fucking Israel problem to me. Doesn't sound like a, we need President Bradley Cooper and War Dogs. Let's learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem. Because we're good over here. Veldrain with $2 says, are we the baddies? Well, we're just providing our commentary. You guys get to decide what you believe.
I feel like it's kind of going that way at the moment.
We got a lot more stuff to get through here, so that's about it on the Trump statement. Thank you very much to Veldrain for the $2. Thank you very much to Michael with $10 over on PayPal. Says you're making, there's a but in this one. That's why it's my favorite. You're making some valid points and all, but now we're going to get you don't mess with the Zohan 2. Well, I did what I could. I suppose. Thank you guys very much for that generosity. Let's go back into Rumble, see what we've got here. T-Baby with $1 says, I know what you can do to tell them you're mad. Go protest at the Whipple building and throw some dildos.
Will that actually do?
I don't know if that's going to work. I've seen people do that before. It
doesn't work out well for them.
Didn't seem to affect anybody. T-Baby with another $1. Thank you very much, T-Baby. He says, Operation Poopy Shitty Bad Bad. That would actually be a pretty cool name. I would like that. I'd like Poopy Shitty Bad Bad. Scrolling up. Mr. Sista. Oh, no, not Mr. Sista.
What's up?
Kitty Girl. I don't want to be Kitty Girl. I just don't. He said, Kitty Girl, did you get that ringworm going around the Minneapolis gay scene? If you got it, you need to tell me so I can get checked. I told you when I had syphilis. We've never met each other. And this, I popped a blackhead. I went in the sauna. I dried out my nose. I don't have gay ringworm. This is the only show where you can go get really top-notch geopolitical commentary, unfiltered, and then also accusations of gay ringworm are dealt with. What a program. Coltrane,
nowhere else.
Coltrane with $1 says, don't want anything to do with fighting for the Jews, but if we are, I hope we kick ass, I guess. Iran certainly isn't innocent. They killed 600 plus troops in Iraq and many more due to terror proxies. Fuck Iran. I just don't know if they would have done that if we hadn't invaded Iraq without being attacked.
I just feel like if we stopped really just working on behalf of one country and just kind of quote unquote washed our hands of it, walked out and just went, it's not ours, it's all on you, and I'm out. Like, I kind of feel like we probably would get left alone, at least for now. After one country's dealt with, now you're playing against
I just want us all to be oil maxing, exporting as much of our oil as we all of us can so we can have really cheap gas prices. Anything that gets in the way of that, no, I'm against it. Contagious Cody with $1 says, we're already on the cusp of World War III. Ukraine fighting Russia. We're fighting Iran. Soon China and Japan will probably start skirmishing. I don't know about that. We'll see. It's more proof Trump is on video doing unspeakable things to children in the Epstein files. Yeah, like now's the time if anyone inside, like, you know who we need right now? We need an Edward Snowden. We need a Snowden right now who will go, hey, by the way, I work for the government. I have access to all the files. I'm stealing them. I'm getting a fucking helicopter out of Dodge. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to a neutral country, and I'm dropping everything I got. Online. Absolutely. Let's get T-Baby and Jessiter a sub. Get them a membership over on Rumble. Jessiter says, you haven't got a gay ringworm. You are the ringworm. I don't think that's true. I don't know what that means. I think that could have been delivered better, but it's not true. $1 from Coltrane says, Aaron's only enemy is gas station food and a scale. I need to make an announcement. Since I gave up soda for Lent, I have not
dropped some weight.
I haven't. No, I went to the gym 5 times this week, and I didn't gain any weight. I didn't drop a pound. And like, I don't know. Like, I'm eating like a pig, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it.
I was hoping maybe the decrease in sodium and stuff maybe meant you're retaining less water or something. Or it could be you're turning all the fat into muscle, so you're not trading weight, but you're lowering
I'm just getting
body
jacked.
fat percentage.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
I'm just getting ripped. That's a fuck.
Well, less stick figure is what we're going for here.
Yeah. Yeah, if there are any Edward Snowdens out there that have some Epstein files.
We need a real Carl Bernstein to come in and drop the truth on us.
We do. That's the one that's reporting on the war and how many are dead. That's what he's doing. All right, we have a clip from Mr. Approachable. Let's see what I said. In the midst of our Iran commentary, let's see what he took from it. No. I've been down this alley before. I've seen this trick. I got butt fucked last time. It was a metaphor.
It's a very descriptive metaphor.
It was metaphorical. Thank you very much. Oh, shit. I need to enter our Rumble studio so I can see what's going on here. Little pig, let me in. Holy shit, Johnny. 671 at 750.
Nice.
Let's stop fucking around and let's get up to to 700 here. God, enough dicking around, fat boy. Let's go. All right, what do we have next on the Iran thing? Thank you guys very much. Keep sending in your contributions. I appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You guys are getting it down there. Let's get it down to 0, and then we don't have to interrupt at all today. It can be, dude, make it like Thursday. Holy fuckaroni. Here's Lindsey Graham. We can't hear about the war without hearing from old Linz.
Right?
Right? I mean, Lindsey Graham he's the ladybug. People mention the ladybug every time I tweet or mention Lindsey Graham,
I can't get
and
away
it
from
makes
that.
me want to vomit every time. That Lindsey Graham's got freckles on his taint that he called, oh, those are my ladybugs.
Those are my ladybug. That's the creepiest part, like the fact that you associate with. So you just like to think there's a bunch of just insects crawling on you. You know what?
No.
It's not even better when I think about it.
It's worse than that. He has freckles on his taint, and he's aware, which means he stares at his asshole in the mirror.
Well, he's taken plenty of pictures to put up on Grindr.
You know what the non-gay thing to say to, oh, you have freckles back here is, well, that's news to me.
I ain't never seen my butthole before.
I've never looked at my butthole, never felt the need.
Never had a guy lining up as he did going, hey, there's a bunch of dots on the runway.
There's only 2 people who should have ever looked at their own butthole, gays and people who have had hemorrhoids. Outside of that, nobody needs to be looking at their butthole. Let it be, behold the mystery of the Holy Spirit. So Lindsey Graham was being interviewed by NBC's Kristen Welker on Meet the Press, and I'm going to tell you this. The way he got snappy and bitchy, I don't think Lindsey's beating those homo rumors anytime soon.
Probably not.
I don't think Lindsey's beating the gay anytime soon. Let's take a look.
Let me start with the big question. Is the United States at war with Iran?
Well, let me answer that question with a question. Did the studio people have to jack up the table because of the rampant boner I've got right now?
What?
Back to you.
Are
man.
we at war with Iran? No, we just launched deadly ordnance into their country, murdering civilians. If that's called a war, what? Well, technically, we're not at war with Iran because here's the other thing. You know all these Make America Great Again Trump people that are still on the Trump train?
Mm-hmm.
They're big on the Constitution, allegedly. But apparently, none of them have ever read how war works in this country. Like,
you mean where like the House declares it and we all endorse it, and then it's like
yeah, there has to be a debate on it, and then they have to declare war. Instead, we have something that's unconstitutional and should have been stricken down called the War Powers Act, where the president can commit troops for up to 90 days before asking for congressional approval.
When did we create that piece of shit? Was that for
72? I think it was during Nixon. We created the War Powers Act.
Like for like Grenada or some shit.
Check me if I'm wrong, Sandy.
Right.
I think the Ayatollah would say, yeah. I don't know if this is technically a war, but here's what I can say the headline is for me Sunday.
Yummy, yummy, my boner's in my tummy.
The mothership.
Every time a bomb goes off, so do I.
Here's what the headline should read. Yum, yum, come in my tum. Don't clip it. Fuck. I hate being funny because then they just clip it. Here's what the headline should read. Lindsey Graham heads to hospital 7 hours after attacks due to priapism and an erection that's lasted longer than 4 hours, unmedicated. I've been walking around Capitol Hill knocking glasses over on tables wherever I go.
We've been firing missiles into Iran. I've been shooting ropes since it started.
That's right. I'm like that dad on the movie Road Trip when the grandpa comes in with a Viagra boner and he goes, "What do you want me to do, woman? Cut it off?"
Terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. The largest state sponsor of terrorism, Iran, is close to collapsing. The leader of the largest state sponsor of terrorism and his inner team are dead. The mothership that fuels the proxies is in sinking mode. The goal of this operation is to change the threat, not the regime. When this
Wait, what? To change the threat, not the regime? So this isn't a regime change war. So you're going to drop a bunch of bombs, spend a shitload of money, kill a whole bunch of people, and then
same people still in charge.
And then just leave the same religious people still in charge. Wait a minute. I thought that this war was all about helping out the Iranian people. I heard all Adam Sosnick and all these Jewish Americans talking about how all of a sudden now they feel bad about dead Muslims. Huh. Interesting.
Weird. Operation is over. No matter who takes over in Iran, they will not have ballistic missiles to hurt us, Israel, or the region.
So it'll be just like now, where Iran won't have ballistic missiles that can hurt us. I don't give a shit about Israel. Let Israel deal with Israel. I don't care. You dispensationalist Christians are giving us covenant Christians a bad name because you guys can't read.
They will not have the capability.
Your inability to read a goddamn Bible is murdering people.
To be the largest state sponsor of terrorism, whether it's a cleric or a group of representative of the country where there's an election, it doesn't matter right now. Iran in the future will no longer be the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Good news for you, they aren't.
Yeah.
Looking to Israel.
Benjamin Netanyahu is.
Terror on the region. They cannot commit mass murder. That's the goal of this operation. Again, the mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead. Well done, President Trump. It's been the policy of this country for decades to eliminate this regime. President Trump did it. Admiral Cooper came out with a military.
He did it. We did it. He did it. We did it.
President Trump ran on it. He was elected on it. He promised the Americans the first thing he does when he gets in office, he's going to kick Khomeini square in the cooter. And he did it. Oh, wait. None of that happened.
I'm having a hard time sitting down tonight because I've had so much celebratory gay sex. I've just been getting rammed up there. Oh, my God. It's been like a goddamn prostate exam every 25 minutes.
It's unbelievable. We're not done yet. But when it is done, Iran will no longer be capable of being the largest state sponsor of terrorism. That is the goal, and that goal will be achieved.
By the way, I'd like to address that term, not to nitpick here. State sponsor of terror. Iran gives money to Hamas and Hezbollah, who act as the de facto military for the people of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, who have been under occupation by the Israeli army since 1967. In the West Bank, there are videos where Israeli ministers will show up at Arabs' houses and tell them, Jews are above the law. You have 2 hours to get your shit and get out of here. It's their family, multi-generational family home, and they get kicked off of their land so they can build settlements. I'm sorry, but in what world is Hamas and Hezbollah not resistance fighters?
Like, that's the BR world. Because again, we'd be calling them resistance fighters if they were, like, again, if the shoe was on the other foot and this was happening in Israel. These brave Israeli resistance fighters that'll do anything they can to fight this oppressive regime. They'll turn flour into a weapon as opposed to a batch of cookies because, that's how. And then keep in mind, we can't let you guys have flour. Why? You keep using it as a bomb. Like, okay, you maybe want to ask how you got here.
What a piece of shit your country must be that we would rather blow you up with flour than eat it.
Right?
I mean, I always hear this from like Dave Smith and all these other people who are critical of Israel. They always stop short. They always give up the argument when like a Ginsburg or somebody, or when they go, oh, well, what, you like Hamas? And they're like, oh, I'm not going to defend Hamas. You got to stop doing that. You know what it's time to do is go, yeah, no, I am going to defend Hamas. Yeah, they do really awful, evil shit. But you know why they do it? Because their land is occupied. And they're fighting back the only way they know how to fight back or are capable of fighting back. So if you'd like to see this end, maybe stop illegally occupying land and kicking people. Like, I'm sorry, but if in America, if the government came to kick you off the land and give it to somebody else, that's you can have my gun when you pry it from my cold dead fingers. That's a shoot, shovel, and shut up situation. So why is it when Hamas or Hezbollah does it, all of a sudden that's Iran being the largest state sponsor of terror? People are having their homes
really well for Israel's case.
Senator, let me ask.
So yeah, like I'm done doing the whole, well, Hamas is bad and Hezbollah is bad. I mean, I get it. I think Hamas and Hezbollah are resistance forces.
Because as you are saying, The leader, the Ayatollah supreme leader, is dead. Will the
I was worried when I heard this report this weekend. I thought Chris Jericho had died. I was like, not the Ayatollah of rock and rolla.
Right.
Turns out it was the other one.
Got tickets for his band, man.
Oh, I got Fozzy tickets, dude.
United States?
Although, I will say this. Fozzy, Chris Jericho's band, has attacked the United States the same amount of times as Iran has.
Which is 0.
Therefore, I believe we need a drone strike on Fozzy immediately.
We got to send troops into behind the walls of Jericho.
Yes, we need to break the walls down.
Pick the next leader of Iran, or will the Iranian people pick the next leader?
No, neither.
No, we're not going to let the people pick, you dumb bitch. We think you blew up this first guy so they can put in a new one. We're going to pick for them and tell them it was their idea.
Will the United States or will the people of Iran determine who the next leader is? Neither. It'll be the Jews. Oh, my ladybugs are tingling. Oh, that's blood. I'm sorry, honey. I was sodomized violently last night, but not against my will.
The Ayatollah supreme leader is dead. Will the United States pick the next leader of Iran, or will the Iranian people pick the next leader?
I talked to the Crown Prince. He's got some ideas about transition. There will be no American boots on the ground. This is not Iraq. This is not Germany. This is not Japan. We're going to...
Right. I mean, it's not Japan, certainly, because, Japan attacked us.
This is not Iraq. This is not Germany. This is not Japan. This is not Grenada. This is not North Korea. This is not South Korea. This is not any of the places that we keep sending troops into time and time again. Like,
people up from a terrorist regime. And the goal is not only to help the Iranian people to chart a new destiny, but make sure no matter who takes over in Iran, no matter who it is, no matter who the people pick, they cannot become the largest state sponsor of terrorism. They can't.
All right, so we want to give freedom to the Iranian people, and we want to let the Iranian people pick their next leader. But if that leader doesn't do all the shit we want him to do, then that's not going to be allowed to happen. Wait a minute. Time out. Wait, this is where you guys got to watch shit and be critical of it and stop and ask questions. Did you hear what I said? He said the Iranian people are going to get to pick their leader. Now, if that's the case, to me, Johnny, that's a full stop statement.
Right.
The Iranian people are going to get to pick their leader. But if they pick a government that supports Hezbollah and Hamas, that's not okay. Okay, well, then we're picking their leader.
Right.
No, we're not picking their leader yet. No, yes, we are. Okay, well, then they get to pick whoever they want, and they might pick a government that's against Israel. Oh, no, well, they can't do that. Well, then they can't pick their leader. Oh, yes, they can, as long as it's the Crown Prince Raisa.
They get complete freedom of choice. We're just taking certain choices we don't lack off the table.
Right.
That's not complete freedom of choice.
We're basically, look, you ready for a sad part that's going to hit everybody, and they're going to go, oh, shit, Aaron's right. All we're doing is giving them the same choice that the people here in America get.
Would you like your Israeli overlord on the left or the Israeli overlord on the right?
Would you like
They have different colors.
Would you like the one controlled by atheist Jews, or would you rather have the one run by Israeli Jews? I'll let you decide. Would you guys like Coke or Pepsi? I'd like a Zevia. You're a terrorist. Wait, I just wanted a different guy.
All right, I don't want either of these options. Get in the gas chamber, you communist. Whoa, I wanted some freedom.
Do you want Coke or Pepsi? Actually, I'm a little over-sugared. I'd like a water. Well, apparently you're an anti-Semite.
I'm a Mr. Pibb. Get the f*** in the hole.
I love how we're laughing. I just realized that we're laughing at Iran because it's like, we're telling you'll get to pick your leader, but then they only set up certain parameters of people you can pick, and then we're just sitting here laughing, and then we go, oh, wait.
Welcome to our world.
Fuck.
You're America now.
Hey, wait a minute. Not only are we the bad guys in this, but we don't live in a free country.
They could be getting pounded in the ass so hard it's gone numb and we forgot.
Wow.
Fuel.
We're a country with a wind-socked asshole.
Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas. They can't have...
What about the blowfish? Now Darius Rucker's a problem? All right, you know what? That means war.
Actually, you know what? I was against this until they brought in Darius. Yeah, I've had a Darius Rucker issue for a while.
Really? Oh, my.
Yeah.
Wow.
Overrated.
Oh, Jesus. This is this is how coalition.
Hootie and the Blowfish stole so much wind from Blues Traveler, and the other band is way better.
Wow, this is how coalitions fall apart.
Right?
This is what it is. It's like we all thought we were brothers in the same cause, and someone's like, "Dude, Hootie's overrated," and you're like, "All right, look, I can't fuck with you guys anymore. You're unreasonable."
Ballistic missiles. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They will be out of the terrorism business. So the people will pick. As to the people, choose wisely. We want to.
He doesn't hear himself. He's in. My God, I'm choking on.
We've taken away all their weapons. We've taken away all their options, and we're not going to let them fight us anymore. So the people can pick whoever they want, even if they hate America, because all they'll be able to do is wave their arms at us like a midget attacking a tall man. Like, no. That's not freedom to pick.
But he's doing the mafia threat. He's going, now, wait a minute. Y'all can pick whatever government you want, but choose wisely. What, was that a threat? Not at all. We want freedom. Just don't pick what you want.
You got a lot of lovely craters we just made. Be a shame if something happened.
That's right. I call them little ladybugs. Oh, God damn it.
Be your friend.
Don't you want Jewish influence and rampant tawdry homosexuality like we have in the West?
No.
No, actually, sodomy is against the word of God.
And we'd like to have a good relationship with you going forward, but that is up to you. Now, what am I going to
That is up to you. We just blow up everyone we don't agree with.
How do you
It's up to you.
How do you hear this and not go, holy shit, we're the Axis in this one? We're the bad guys.
We're the bad. At least we'll have sweet uniforms.
Dude, we're threatening the people we claim to be fighting on behalf of before the war's even over. We're threatening them. We're going, hey, people that we claim to be fighting for, you better not fuck this up or we're going to kill you too. Oh, all right.
do next? When this regime can no longer threaten the region, I'm going to build on what I did with President Biden to try to get Saudi Arabia and Israel to normalize. If the fall of this regime would lead to normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel, the center of gravity for Islam is Saudi Arabia.
Why do I give a shit? Why do I care?
I don't know if you noticed or not, buddy. Largely Christian nation. Why do we care?
I give less than a dick.
One and only Jewish state. If they could make peace.
Well, I give more than a dick, so I guess I win.
I give, I suck, I take. Really, I'm just all comers are welcome to my ladybug.
Oh. If I ran Nickelodeon, I wouldn't have dumped slime on myself. It would have been a big bucket of bull cum.
And have a normal relationship.
We don't have a cow. We have a bull.
I milk it myself.
This regime.
And I use my mouth. You come here for the commentary and the coverage of the news. You stay for that.
Fail, it would be historic. Taking the regime down is a big deal. Normalization between Saudi Arabia and Israel is a historic deal. That's where I'm going to spend my time and energy to President.
Great. I mean, certainly don't spend it making our lives any better.
Why would we want to improve America when we're so busy making Israel so star-spangled, awesome, and great?
Yeah, I mean, don't focus on... I was going to say don't focus on the satanic pedophiles, but if you don't think he's drank baby's blood, you're out of your fucking mind.
They mixed it in with the jizz.
Oh, my. Oh, they're getting me to take both my medicines.
It's called a Bloody Mary, but don't ask why.
God, you're all going to hell.
Yep.
You're all just going to hell.
You did something everybody talked about. You took Maduro down. Everybody talked about it. You did it. You took down...
Yeah, that was wrong. We kidnapped a world leader, and we murdered another one. We're a lawless nation.
In the middle of the night, we just started absconding with people who we don't agree with.
We're literally bandits. We're thieves and bandits.
Tola down. Again, the goal of this operation is to make sure there will never be in Iran...
I'm the Ayatollah of loose butthola.
...a state sponsor of terrorism to rain havoc on us and the region. That's the goal. I hope the people will choose wisely.
Senator, history tells us just how complicated regime change is.
All right, now she's going to bust his balls.
When Saddam Hussein was ousted and a terror threat and group moved in, how will the United States make sure that the next Iranian government isn't worse than the current regime?
It's not our job to pick the next Iranian government.
Yeah, I mean, all we're here to do is burn the fucker down. We're not going to do anything to, take care of what we destroyed. Colin Powell was the only smart one in that Bush administration. He said, you break it, you buy it. Like, if we break this country, we got to build it back up again, or what comes out after it is going to be something really nasty. Because when you overthrow a government, the best, most noble regime doesn't take over. The most cutthroat, violent one does.
Yeah, the one willing to take it takes over.
Yeah.
Remember being
That's
attacked.
seldom
And what are the odds that that group is not going to be too pleased about the United States making craters in their country?
I feel like anyone that lives in a crater is going to have a grudge to bear with whoever made it. So those people could just take power just by claiming they want to. And also this whole, like, we've stopped the state sponsor of terror. We've taken away their weapons of mass. This is the same bullshit we keep hearing every 6 months. So how am I supposed to believe that after taking out the Ayatollah and not committing any regime change? No. They'll never be able to do this again. Yeah, that's what you said in the summer. Yeah. And that's what we said like 6 months before that, and BB's repeating track of like they're weeks away from a bomb. Like, yeah, he's not going to be able to use that lie anymore.
Laughs in George.
You know what? If he can't, then worth it.
Laughs in George W. Bush.
Iraq anytime, in the past. Iraq is complicated, but we have a relationship with Iraq. It's up to Iran to pick your leader. It's not my job. It's not President Trump's job. We're not going to occupy the country. We're going to give the people of Iran a chance to do something they've never had before, chart their
and
own
we
destiny.
sure hope
We're
they
going to take
pick
away
right
from any future regime the ability,
Oh,
any future
my
government,
God.
the ability to have a ballistic missile.
And all this, like, wouldn't it just be so much easier for you guys to come out and say, look, we're being Israel's hitman on this. Like, that's all we're doing.
The Epstein files came out and they said, look, you fucking owe us.
Yeah.
So now it's time.
Jesus Moses. $1 from Approachable. Another clip. It says the first part of this needs to be a sound drop for when you hit the goal. Well, that's not looking like today. This is looking like another one of those charity days where I do a really kick-ass show and we get our ass kicked. Coltrane with $1 says Aaron's only enemy is gas station food and a scale. I think I did that one. Oh, so those are the only ones that came in. Yay. 691 checking out the toe right now. Guys, come on. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and, $1 or $2 wouldn't kill you. $5 from Suave Banana. He's got a link for us. All right, we'll check it out. Balls Deep with $2 says Graham ate Rove's rear while Ali Alexander fell. Ew. Gross. Johnny Midnight with a good point. He says it's always called a regime when it's a bad guy and an administration if we're cool with them. Yes. Regime is a naughty, bad word for naughty, bad people. Thank you to Bigot on Socialist Media for gifting a membership. Thank you guys very much. Get them in there. Ray Peacock got that one. Lab Glass gifting 5 memberships. They do like the Iran coverage today.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Thank you very much. You guys are, you're getting, oh my God. Oh no, oh geez. With a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Let's, Thank you.
Oh no! Oh, jeez.
Take a look at that. Couple more, 3 more gifted memberships or $5 drops, and we got a golden shower. There's Abel Graham with a gifted membership. Holy balls and a half. Thank you. You guys are back on track for today. Keep it going. Keep it going. We've got, that's 3, so 2 more. I need to update our memberships. Also, we're 40 away from 500. Thank you, guys. Great start to the month. Appreciate it. We are 2 more away from a golden shower. Thank you so much. Let's see the clip that Approachable sent us. He says this needs to be a drop for when we hit the goal.
None of that happened.
I'm having a hard time sitting down tonight because I've had so much celebratory gay sex. Jesus. I've just been getting rammed up there. Oh, my God. It's been like a goddamn prostate exam every 25 minutes. Again, that was an impression of Lindsey Graham.
The weird part is you do it so well.
Thank you. Thank you. B. Kirsch becoming a Baby Boot member. Wow. Thank you guys so much. Great rally here. I appreciate that. We come back to the chat. We say hello after a long story, and they're like, here you go, buddy. I think that was solid. All the links are in the chat to support our program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Thanks again, and keep it going till we get to 0, and then we're going to stop even asking you. All right, here's Family Guy 9/11. Just don't get me demonetized for shit, please. Just please, I'll play a little bit.
Ground Zero. So this is where the first guy got AIDS. Peter.
All right, there. That's all. They got it. Like, if it's going to be a clip, guys, it's like in the first 5 seconds, there's got to be a thing. Because if I play 25 seconds, it just means I'm going to have to go in later today and clip it out. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. So we have our first polling on America going to war with Iran, completely unprovoked and being the bad guys in the situation.
How's it going?
A Reuters poll was taken over the weekend, and take a look at this. You know what? Have you seen this link, or was this one I added late?
It's one you added late. I don't have a poll on my
good.
list.
So give me a number. What percentage of Americans approve of the U.S. campaign in Iran? Okay, no. Don't guess what you think it is. Tell me what would be a number that would give you hope that Americans realize this is a mistake.
If it's like 25 or less.
Okay. Can I sell you on this? 27.
Oh.
27.
Holy shit.
Pretty good, right?
We might be able to pull the nose of this plane up yet, or maybe I'm just overloaded with hope.
I mean, look, usually that ends really terribly for all of us, thinking that this could end up being good.
Right.
But 27% of American adults approve of the U.S. campaign in Iran. That gives me guarded optimism.
I'll say this, if true, that's inspiring, but I doubt it's true.
Well, and also, it doesn't have anything to do with, like, getting gas prices down. It doesn't have anything to do with making health insurance premiums cheaper. And I think a lot of people, like, it's not even about their politics or I'm incredibly anti-Israel, but like for most people, that doesn't even factor into their decision. For most regular Americans, they're just going, I thought we had problems here we were going to fix. I thought the thing I voted for was like fixing our own crumbling infrastructure, not going to, I don't care about Iran. Like, that's the long and short of it. It's not even anger. Like, I'm angry. I understand. I have my extreme political positions on this. But for most people that agree with me, it's typically just like they don't care about Iran.
Right.
They don't feel
they're more worried about their own personal day-to-day.
Right. Precisely. Oh, shit. I got to keep focused here.
Yeah, we got a golden shower going?
We've got 3 gifted memberships, but one of them's about to expire, so we are losing the golden shower, but Kyler gifted a membership. So we now 3 more golden showers in the next minute, and we may, or 3 more golden showers. 3 more gifted memberships or $5 drops in the next minute. Oh, wait, there's another one that's about to cancel. I don't think we're going to hit that gifted membership. Now, LabGlass did gift 5. The reason that's not a golden shower is because those show up as oranges.
Right.
So you see, like, that membership's about to wipe off. Yeah. So that can't be a golden shower. But if you get five gifted memberships, that is hepatitis. Orange is hepatitis. Mm-hmm. So the chat will have hepatitis if we get 4 more 5 gifted memberships in the next, you probably have like 5-10 minutes on that one. Thank you, B. Kirsch, for becoming a member. I appreciate it. So I've been going to Mass lately. And, I've re-stimulated my Catholic faith, as it were. So I was really curious yesterday. I was like, my thing was I was hoping Pope Leo had said something about this. And I was hoping Pope Leo would speak out against it, because the Catholic Church believes that war is only allowed to be fought if you're defending yourself from extermination, if you're defending yourself from death.
Yeah, because wouldn't you be breaking one of those commandments if you went over and killed a bunch of people in another country for whatever reason like that?
And even then, like, even if you have to go to war out of self-defense, the Catholic Church is not for it. It's tolerated. It's like, okay, well, we understand, and we pray.
Defend yourself.
And we pray that this ends as quickly as humanly possible. But Pope Leo has officially condemned the Iran strikes. He's condemning what he calls the spiral of violence in Iran. Good for him. Good for Pope Leo. I think I'm going to like this guy because I thought that the last guy was a bit extreme, Pope Francis, but I understood why they went that way after Pope Nazi.
Right. You got really Benedict did not go well for them.
No, Benedict was a terrible choice because just as all of that molestation stuff was kicking off, they're like, oh, you know what this Pope needs to figure out? This Pope Benedict, our new Pope, he needs to find out who was the guy in charge of telling priests to cover this stuff up. All right, let's take a look. Oh, that would be Benedict. Shoot.
Oops.
We picked the guy who did the... All right.
Well, that's a bad look, but at least that's the only dark mark on his record. Well, he was a Hitler youth.
Uh-oh. So Pope Leo, they figured when they picked him, they would appeal to modernist Catholics by picking an American, but he also had kind of a traditionalist streak about him. So they thought that like Pope Leo would serve kind of both wings of the Catholic Church. And so far, like from what I've followed, I like him. I like Pope Leo. Then again, like if the Pope holds a White Sox jersey, even though I hate the White Sox, I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. So, but he's passed this test by condemning what's going on in Iran. He condemned the escalating violence in the Middle East and Iran, warning that the spiral of violence risks becoming an unbridgeable chasm. The first American pontiff has been a vocal critic of the Trump administration's policies since becoming pope last May. He's only been pope since May, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Previously condemning the president's zeal for war following U.S. military operations in the Caribbean and the capture of Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro. So Leo's been really solid on
this one,
on this kind of stuff. Because like I guess technically you could stay quiet. You could say we're not going to get involved in the politics or anything like that.
Right. I'm in the Vatican. You're in America. Just mind my own business. But as the Pope, you're kind of the leader of what, again, I'd say is largely Christian nation, which Catholicism is a big part of that. So I feel like you kind of have to speak up.
Catholicism is the number one denomination in the United States. 21 to 25% of America is Catholic. If you combine all of the Protestant churches, which I think is unfair, it's like 40%. So that would be bigger. But like the Lutherans and the Baptists aren't together. So that doesn't count. They do say evangelicals are about 25%. But again, you'd have to combine numerous different churches. The single largest church in America is the Catholic Church. So, and you know, the more Latinos come in here, the more those numbers are going to go up. And also, don't look now, but there is kind of a resurgence in people becoming Catholic. I mean, I'm evidence of that. I think a lot of these podcasters that are becoming popular, they espouse very Catholic beliefs, like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, people like that. It kind of, well, like anything, if you have a younger audience and they're impressionable and you start portraying these things as cool, they might think it's cool too, you know, whatever.
I don't know if you're probably doing more harm than good in that field, sir. Just saying.
We're all sinners seeking forgiveness and redemption. By the way, I had a, what do you call it? A Mandela effect moment at Mass this weekend.
Okay.
So he came in fulfillment. So he came in accordance with the scripture. When I was a kid, I swear to God, it was in fulfillment of the scripture. In the Apostles' Creed or Nicene Creed, I'm rusty as hell. I got to brush up.
Right, but
I'm still reading it out of the book.
Is that a big difference?
No, it just makes me feel crazy. Like, because I'm not sure if it really did say that or not. And now I'm like, well, where did that come from? Where did I get that from? You know?
Yeah, but I just feel like that's largely like pointless. Like it's overall the same message either way, in fulfillment of or the other one. Like I don't know. I feel like we're arguing over semantics here.
Yeah. No, you're right. I just wondering, but like my thing is like, did it ever say that?
Jesus Christ, did he come or not?
I'm not. Hey, by the way, I got to work on that. Like a lot of the time, I think I did it when you were on one day. Like we're talking about Bible stuff, and I'm looking up stuff in the Bible, and it's not bringing up my answer, and I'll say like JC or GD, I'd be like, God, you probably shouldn't be talking that way when you're reading the Bible.
Probably not.
Like, you shouldn't be reading the holy book and going, God damn it. Like, that's probably not a good way to go. All right, let's continue on. Good for the Pope. I'm loving me some Pope Leo. May every Pope follow in the footsteps of Pope Urban II, though. My favorite Pope of all time. Johnny, what did Pope Urban II do?
I'm unaware. I'm not deeply Catholic.
Ordered the First Crusade.
Makes sense that that'd be one of the guys you rally to.
Pope Urban is a fucking G. His speech at Claremont, fucking take up the swords, brothers. Stop killing each other. Go fight for our Lord. Our Eastern brothers need your help. All right, so let's get to this Marine veteran who went viral this weekend, talking about publicly supporting Iran. I want us to listen to this guy because I do need to let it be known, and some of our more extreme listeners like Bapa Shab and Sam Show, they'll accuse me of being a pussy for not like going all the way sometimes. Like sometimes I'll get a feeling and I'll go, before I come out with that feeling, I want to investigate that further and I want to look into it because that seems like a really harsh thing to say. There are times where I've watched missiles, and we talked about this earlier, hit Tel Aviv this weekend, and I kind of rooted for Iran a little bit. I'm like, maybe if Israel's humbled enough, this bullshit will stop and we won't have to fight their wars anymore. And maybe make the cost to Israel so harsh that they'll stop doing this. But history has shown that there is no amount of blood they aren't willing to spill to get their way. So, am I on Iran's side? I mean, technically, I guess I'm going to always be on my country's side, but I don't think my government is on my country's side. For example, every one of these soldiers or civilians on our side who dies pisses me off because I know their sacrifice was for nothing. It meant nothing to this country. It did nothing to improve the lives of people in this country. It did nothing to defend this country. So these are making me very, very upset.
It's on behalf of a nation that will never, ever really repay that debt.
Right. I mean, how many troops has Israel ever sent to our wars?
I think the grand total is 0.
I believe it's somewhere
they do a lot
around
of the
0.
training.
Yeah, they do train our ICE people. So let's take a listen to what this Marine veteran has to say and decide how much of this you agree with.
I support Iran dropping every single rocket in their arsenal right in the middle of Israel, wiping that entire country off the map.
So, consider this. This is white American veterans basically saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Not really on behalf of Palestine, but yeah, they're kind of going for the same goal.
That's what I support. I don't support Iran. I don't support Israel. But of the two, I would rather see Iran wipe out Israel and watch how fast the war ends. The sad part about it is these same veteran content creators have zero knowledge of what's even going on over there. None. They don't spend hours and hours a day researching outside of government propaganda to...
In fairness, reading is for queers.
And there's so much propaganda, it's really hard to sift through all of it now.
I'm trying to get info on Twitter, and I've almost given up on it because it's like between AI videos and accounts just making shit up. I'm like neutralized. Like I can't move. I'm rendered motionless because I'm like, okay, I can't. And then if it's CBS, I mean, that's clearly Israeli propaganda. If it's Fox News, that's
Fox,
like
clearly Israeli propaganda.
Rachel Maddow was even carrying water for the Israelis, and then I looked up who her paternal grandparents were, and that answered a lot.
To educate themselves so they can make informed decisions. For those of you with dual citizenship in this country, with the United States and Israel, it's time to pack your bags, get the fuck out of our country, and go die for the country that you actually show allegiance to.
You hear that, Ben? You hear that, Ben? Time to pack your bags. Hey, Mark Levin.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Every day and twice on Sunday, my brother. Hey, Cash. Cash.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Because it's not the...
I'm not going to lie. So you know how people were cheering in the streets of Iran when the Ayatollah died, or at least they tell us that. They tell
us they were.
Yeah. I'll be honest. If Netanyahu got killed in a missile strike, I think the world would be a safer place.
Well, like I said a couple of months ago, you take one piece out of that puzzle in the Middle East, and I'm not saying it solves all the problems, but I'm saying like on a scale, they drop immensely down to a way more manageable amount.
Yeah, the biggest problem you have if Israel goes away is probably the power struggle between Saudi and Iran.
Right, but again, we'd be surprisingly not invested in that. Do we get cheap oil? Then we don't give a shit.
Yeah, let us know who wins.
United States. Go back to your homelands with your Jewish chosen people, and go fight. Because if you really believe you're God's chosen people, trust me, they're going to need your help, and God will protect you, right? So go back and fight for your country, God's chosen people.
It does help. It does give weight when it's a United States military veteran.
Are you going to tell him he's fucking wrong?
Yeah. Like, I feel like he's earned that take, so to speak. Yeah. Let's see what some of the chat thinks here. A lot of 100%s in the chat. Dude, Soylent Goy says, dude, almost every mainstream American media outlet is owned by Zionist Jews. It's just the reality. Well, that's kind of what we were saying is like, where do you go? Because you go to independent media, there's a lot of people making shit up, on either side. And then you go to traditional media, and it's so see-through, it's embarrassing.
I could go to Al Jazeera, but I'm not gay.
Conditioner on my D says, the wording in the Nicene Creed is in accordance with Scripture. I know, but I feel like... Yeah, first thing, did the Nicene Creed change? Yes, it has changed. It's expanded on the Holy Spirit and added clauses regarding the church. Later, Western churches added... Oh, okay. Recent English translations have been updated for phrasing and accuracy.
So you were wrong before. You're right now. In what is still largely a semantical argument.
In what is largely, accordance, fulfillment. Who lied to me, damn it? That's what I want to know. All right, we got one more Iran thing here, unless you guys want to send something in for us. We've got one more. T3L Ford says, this is just more proof that Germany were the good guys during World War II. Okay, look. We are a long way from that conversation. Okay,
I thought we got there.
Let me say this. We're a long way from that conversation, but we're a lot closer than we used to be. That's what I'll say. Papa Shab says, that was actually a decent joke. Fuck you, Johnny. Good job. Good job with your good joke.
I'm sorry.
Solid. All right, we got the last thing. This one's difficult for me because this is an Iranian official, and this is like a really fucking base take. And again, like everything we watch from our leaders makes us go, we're the bad guys. But now I'm worried if I start listening to too many Iranians, I'm going to be like, let's go, baby, let's go. But just, hit Israel. Don't kill our guys. They were sent here by a corrupt, disgusting administration. But I
feel like enough collateral on our side's happened. They're hitting the bases and stuff.
Yeah. Well, a lot more.
I'm not going to bear a grudge over that.
Dude, a lot more Americans have died than we're reporting, for sure.
Oh,
yeah. Who is this guy officially? This is it's just an Iranian official during an interview. Here we go.
There are no front for Iran. I think what will happen is that even if the United States is able to kill illegally Iranian leaders, the next generation of Iranians, the Iranians that did not see American atrocities in Iran before 1979, some Iranians that did not understand why their parents and grandparents were anti-American, those Iranians will take over. Now they understand why American government is an imperialist, vicious government, and a government that attacks other countries and kills little children. They understand they are fighting the Epstein class that either rape little girls or bomb little girls.
I mean, those...
Stop him when he's lying.
Tell me when I'm telling lies. It does seem to be the two things we're doing to little girls lately in our elite political class. If we ain't raping them, we hate the babies, we rape the babies. We hate the babies, we rape the babies. it's really uncomfortable to start a war with a country and then have them fire back the biggest shot in the war, which is, yeah, this is the Epstein class doing this to us. If they're not raping babies, they're killing them.
They're bombing them.
Shit.
American government is a imperialist, vicious government, and a government that attacks other countries and kills little children. They understand they're fighting the Epstein class that either rape little girls or bomb little girls. This is the government that we are witnessing. We are going to fight back against that government, and they're going to ensure that the Islamic Republic of Iran will live many years after America destroys itself.
So yeah, by the way, guys, all those people that were like, "Hey, man, like they're gonna send their terrorists at us," whatever. Right, and that was calming down because we were kind of ignoring them. So a lot of like the young, modern, up and coming people were like, "Hey, why do we care? They don't seem to give a shit about us." We totally unfucked that in one move. So
McBuster's renaming this Operation Epstein Fury. Yeah, and our boy Massey has been staying on that. He goes, I don't care how many people you bomb. I don't care how high the Dow gets. We're not dropping this Epstein thing. Oh, boy.
I don't think that'll necessarily end what's going on, the war and everything. But if we can maintain enough pressure with that, it might slow all this down, because I think a large part of this was like, hey, and if we start provoking shit with Iran, whether people love it or hate it, they'll be too busy talking about that to remind everybody we've been R-wording and eating children.
I hope we circle back to this at some point. By the way, 711 checking out the toe right now. Thank you so much, boys and girls. Keep hitting like, keep hitting follow, keep hitting subscribe. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to get into the Shia LaBeouf thing next. So I know that there's been a lot of fireworks talking about Iran, and a lot of you are like, we wanted to hear the toes take on Iran, then we were going to split today. No. You're going to love this Shia LaBeouf interview. This gets wild. This was the interview he gave with Channel 5 News, Andrew Callahan. And this was after his arrest, his first arrest at Mardi Gras. He's been arrested since, and we'll get to that as well. Get ready, because not all heroes wear capes. We're going to get into the Shia LaBeouf interview in just a little bit. But first, I do want to talk about Emerald Med. I want to tell you about something that's not well known, but it's incredibly powerful. It's called Ace Mannan. It's a compound from aloe vera that massively supports your body's stem cell production, cell health, and immune system function. That matters because your body replaces about 1% of its cells every day. As we age or have health issues, we produce cells less efficiently. The thing is, almost no aloe products have Ace Mannan because it breaks down after harvest. And you can't get enough from eating raw aloe because of aloe's laxative compound. However, Emerald Med created a stabilized Ace Mannan supplement with the laxative compound removed. It's called Aloe RX. They made it for pharmacies, and now it's available to the public. I want to explain the value of Aloe RX from Emerald Med. Stem cell injections can have amazing results, but they cost 10 to 40 grand a treatment. Aloe RX isn't the same thing as stem cell injections, but it massively supports your own body's stem cell production for less than $100. You could literally give your body this for 16 years for the same price as one stem cell treatment. For people who don't need something extreme like a stem cell injection, but want to help their body significantly, this is arguably the best value on the market. The longer you take it, the more compounding support you have. If you want to support a company that supports our channel and free speech with ads, check out Emerald Med's Aloe RX. Click the link below to learn more and get a 30% off your Aloe RX today from Emerald Med. Thank you, Emerald Med. 700 of you checking out the toe. Hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, hit follow, and throw us a couple of memberships and a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. Coltrane with $1 says, LOL, Muslims talking about killing and raping little girls is the Epstein class in U.S. That's rich. Pot, meat, kettle, bud. They do have problems in that.
Yeah. I was going to say that, no offense, but you might be the wrong person to draw attention to this issue. But at this point in time, since this is all we're talking about, I guess at least someone is.
I mean, glass houses and stones and all that, right?
People in glass houses shouldn't throw little girls. I don't think that was the saying.
Blues DeVilman says, Aaron, my 840 SAT score qualifies me to say something stinks in Tel Aviv. Yeah, it doesn't have to be that high even. All right, let's open up these Shia LaBeouf clips from the Channel 5 interview. Boy, Shia said some wild shit. And I need to be very, very clear about something. As much as I like some of the things Shia LaBeouf said in this interview,
think he's a piece of shit?
Not a piece of shit. Let me make it abundantly clear. This guy's going through some problems.
So he's in a Bam Margera state right now. He needs to pull himself together.
He's not as okay. That's a good question. He's not as bad as Bam was.
Well, but it's still early days. Well, and we can always hope that he turns around, because didn't he have one of those religious stingathoos that you did, kind of an awakening, whatever, coming to Jesus?
He makes a great point about hard-headed people and how they find or rediscover God. I actually agreed with him a lot. Okay. His journey and mine were the same, but different degrees. Like, a lot of people, they learn the Gospels and they learn their religion and they have the Catholic faith, and it keeps them from doing bad, naughty, nasty, sinful things. Mm-hmm. For me, I got away from all that, and then I did terrible, awful, disgusting, sinful things with disgusting, awful, sinful people. And I had to admit that my best judgment got me there. I made horrendous mistakes and really let people down and let myself down. And I'm going to go back to God. I'm going to, let's do that. That seems to be the better way, because I tried it myself. So yeah. He does have he does make some very good points, but it's very important for me to reiterate here. He was arrested again after this interview. So I just think some of this shit is incredibly based. Here's the first one. Andrew asks Shia if he believes in heaven and hell. Here we go.
Well, I know what the Bible says about homosexuality. What does it say? Nah.
First of all, he is right. Even the New Testament, which I believe supersedes the Old, First Romans 26 and 27 is very clear about women and women and men. It's lustful, it's sinful, it's unnatural. Mm-hmm. Not good. So, but I love the fact, I want to see Shia teach a Bible study class and just shorthand everything. Like, Pastor Shia, what does the Bible say about homosexuality?
No.
Nah.
What does it say? Nah. That's what it says. Yeah. But wasn't that written a really long time ago?
Bro, you can do whatever you want with the text. It's not my business. You know what I mean? I'm a traditional Catholic. That's okay.
And what's the difference between a traditional Catholic and, let's say, a more progressive Christian?
I really fuck with the Bible.
Like, if I'm Pope Leo and I listen to this, I'm like, thank you. It's good to have supporters. It's good that you're saying that's wonderful, Shia. We'd really rather you not put it that way.
Love what you're saying. Could we maybe change the words?
Look. I don't want to shun you away from speaking about it. I think, look, you've got the right idea. Could we mix up the verbiage a little bit? You really fuck with the elaborate, please.
You believe in hell and stuff?
Yeah.
Who do you think's down there?
Who's down there? Martin Luther.
Oh, fucking based, Shia LaBeouf. Oh, Catholic splash off the top rope. Martin Luther.
It's a ballsy thing to say in February.
Damn, of all the people in hell, that's some deep-seated Catholic shit right there. Of all the people that are in hell, who's there? First name he comes up with, boom, Martin Luther.
Is that a tattoo? I thought you guys weren't supposed to defile your body with those. Is that pre or post coming to Jesus?
He says in this interview that he'll explain it.
Who do you think's down there?
Who's down there? Martin Luther.
The man who wrote the Protestant
Martin Luther.
You see that? Now, is he nailing him to a cross, or is that nailing the 99 Thesis to the church door? Like, what's he doing there? Because people were theorizing that he was doing this for Jew, and he was doing this for crucifixion. But I think he was doing the 99 Thesis thing.
Martin Luther.
The man who wrote the Protestant
Martin Luther. Martin Luther's there. Yeah,
he had the special haircut.
He's gone. The fool's gone. Well, I know what the Bible.
Fool's gone. So you know, when you have an interview and you're like, I'm questioning Shia's, like, how Catholic is Shia? And their first name, who's in hell? Martin Luther. Oh shit, he's Catholic. Like he's Catholic. Like
anybody that went against the program going down.
Yeah, they ask him about gays. Like, nah. They're like, who's in hell? Martin Luther. By the way, to all my Catholics listening to this show, you're going to be really disappointed. If you don't like Martin Luther, this might actually temper some of your Martin Luther hatred. I did say to SP last night when we were doing a little impromptu Bible study, I did Google something about Martin Luther that I wanted to know. And I put my hand on her shoulder and I go, baby, I really want to apologize for everything I've said about your Martin Luther. And she rolled her eyes. She goes, let me guess, something Jews. Martin Luther authored on the Jews and their lies in 1543, advocating for burning synagogues, confiscating property, and severe persecution.
Oh, so in other words, everything Israel's doing today.
Damn! So Luther's views on Judaism shifted from early optimistic attempts at conversion to extreme violent anti-Semitism later in life.
Why does it always go that way? I'd want to say the people are the problem and the people are bad, but it seems like time and time again, throughout history, hundreds of years of time spanning, no matter what changes on this world, this one group keeps running into this thing where eventually they just go, you know what?
Dude,
you can kill them.
Dude, watch a YouTube video. Like, I tried this. Try to do search on YouTube, why have Jews been kicked out of countries? And the only videos you're getting is like, because they were victimized and because of the bullying. And then go to the comment section of that video. And they
find out how much information wasn't shared.
Oh my God, it's brutal. Like, this video was promised to them 6,000 years ago. Like, it's just nasty, man. And it's just like the first comments are like, wow, this is a bunch of bullshit. Oof. By the way, Baba Shab pointing out that Shia LaBeouf is Jewish. He did say in the interview he's been bar mitzvahed, but that was the other side of his family. He's full-on Catholic now. We'll let you decide what you think of that. MSO says, did I miss anything? No gifted membership here. We're okay right now, but we do need to get ahead of shit a little bit. Like, we're falling behind a little, but we're not behind. I don't want to talk about money. Like, right? I love the shows where I don't have to talk about money. But since you're asking, yeah, let's get some contributions and some donations in here and lighten the load a little bit. We appreciate anything you can do.
Thank you.
For this program. Thanks a million. So here's the second clip. They asked, Andrew asked Shia about the Epstein files.
Okay.
And that led to a rant. By the way, Andrew is getting way too old to have this much acne. What is going on here?
Right? I mean, even Proactive can't save your face. Do you have like a skin condition? Is that...
Do you think he
maybe
maybe
get the gay ringworm
I was
thing?
just going to ask if he had the gay ringworm. Is this a gay ringworm issue? I mean, but he's always had it. Like, he's never been able to shake this. And like, isn't he? He's like in his 30s.
We found patient zero.
Right?
You see all the Epstein stuff when you were on the sick one.
Hey, people got to get right. You know what I mean? You got to own up. You got to get right. People got to get right. People got to get right.
But were you peeping game when you were like out and about, like on the same day all these documents are dropping?
No, I mean, nah, bro. I was chasing ass on Mardi Gras. What do you mean? I wasn't paying no attention to Epstein files. Nah, this shit is beyond me, bro.
Now we're getting the Jewish part of Shia.
I didn't pay no attention to it. I was busy chasing ass like a good Christian, you know, because in Catholicism it says, you know, come unto me. Like, no. I feel like you're mixing messages here.
I don't get into this shit.
Yeah, I just wondered. It's like the biggest news story in the world for a couple of days was Epstein.
If you got no life, you know, you're just sitting in a hole all day. You're not, you know, chasing ass and getting at it. Motherfuckers are in the street. They don't give a fuck about this stupid shit. You know what I mean? If you're...
This really is like a gigantic contradiction of all the Martin Luther talk we had a minute ago.
Yeah, dude. For someone so based on your Catholicism, you realize that this is a largely like particularly located in the Jewish faith of most of the people involved at the controlling level, and then there's everything that actually happened. I mean, the whole R-wording and eating babies thing alone is enough to make me not sleep at night, and I'm not of a religious denomination. What's your God say about it?
No offense, Shia, but the bar mitzvah is starting to show a little bit here.
Sitting home all day just like, who got kidnapped? You know what I mean? Your life sucks. You know, you're a normie. Fuck off. But if you're out here, nobody gives a fuck about none of this shit.
No facts.
I remember asking Kendrick one time, like, bro, hey, Trump or Kamala, he was like, you think I give a fuck about this shit? Like,
So I was asking a very ignorant drug-using rapper one day what he thought of the world, and he said something incredibly ignorant and dangerous to our own safety and well-being. And that's really how I've decided to start living my life.
I asked him, what do you think about this? He put down his pipe and said, I don't give a fuck. Like, right, I don't think that guy would.
Starting to see why the arrests are happening.
Got real life.
Yeah.
You know?
I just remember there was one day where it was like either Epstein does horrible shit or it's you having fun, and it was no.
Right, so if you got to pick, hey, man, come with me. I'm the good one.
Yeah, and you're not.
I'm the no weird files, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I'm not no weird files. All my shit's in the street, bro. I'm open-hearted. I done fucked up, yes, but you know what I did, you know what I mean? And you know what I didn't do, too. I swear you do. Come on, how? Bro, how, bro?
This is what I mean. Like, this whole interview is, like, he says some base stuff in it, but a lot of it's a cry for help. Yeah. Like, a lot of it's like, Shia ain't doing all right. Like, what you're doing here is you're watching a man mid-struggle. Like, because there's parts of him where you're like, you're getting there. You got it, buddy. Just, keep on the straight and narrow. And then it'll just go right to, I'm chasing ass and I'm drinking and I was sober for 9 months, but now I'm drinking again. It's like, ooh, like this is, but a lot of times we watch people either in the middle of the downfall or after they've been redeemed. Like, it's very rare to watch a guy who's like in the middle of the actual struggle. Like, he's not at the bottom. He hasn't reached the top. That conflict still exists.
And it's just really weird. Like, I don't want to talk about people that are being accused of being part of some weird sex thing. Like, I want to be part of. I've only been accused of beating women.
Has he been accused of beating women?
Multiple partners.
Oh.
One of them settled out of court. Supposedly there's footage of him saying that he could have killed another one, and after which she was seen with a black eye.
I think Shia should maybe say less.
Right?
Perhaps, yeah. Let's continue on with this interview then. Here we go.
What would you say to Jesus if you could meet him?
I wouldn't say shit.
Really?
Nah. Bro, I'd kiss him. I'd kiss him. I'd kiss his feet. No one say nothing. Chill out with these questions, Andrew.
My bad. Can't see me.
It sounded like he did a Macho Man. Like, he was like, yeah, I'm going to kiss Jesus' feet. Yeah, I'm going to see him in the holy resurrection. Yeah, he's going to come back wearing the crown of thorns. Yeah, and I'm not going to say a word. Yeah, I'm going to let the cream of the crop rise to the top. Yeah, and I'm going to smooch on his toesies. Uh-huh. That's right. Macho King Jesus Christ. Yeah, with the Garden of Eden. Yeah, middle of paradise. Me and the Macho Man Elizabeth and Jesus Christ and me smooching on his feet. Yeah, hope they're clean. Yeah.
Didn't know it was going to make you emotional.
I'm a real Catholic, bro. A real one.
I just thought you had thought about it.
No, I'm a real one, bro.
I want to believe.
Take a big sip of beer. I'm a real Catholic, bro. Whoop.
Something.
Well, hey, bro, you got to hit your head into the wall hard enough where you just go, fuck it.
See, now, this part, I feel this part. Now, obviously, the wall that I banged my head up against is not quite as bad as the head that he hit, the wall he hit his head up against, but I feel this part. Like, this is what I mean. It's so easy to write people off as crazy or nuts or whatever, but, like, this is a guy who's, like, there's clearly an inner turmoil, an inner fight going on, and it's interesting to witness.
Well, it's weird to hear him say he's hit this wall, he's had these realizations, whatever, but it's like, but if you look at your behavior, even so much as before and after this interview, have you changed?
Well, and he does say in this interview, he's like, I own my fuck ups, I own my mistakes, and I'm not perfect and this and that, but I'm trying. And that's what I mean by a struggle. Like, he's still screwing up, but he's at least acknowledging it and he's trying. But it's like, dude, come on. Let's, I feel like people are rooting for him. So it's like, come on, let's get it together.
Pull it together. So close.
But I feel this. Like, I hit my head against the wall hard enough because I did the atheist thing where I went away from the church for a long time, and then I just kept making these really bad decisions, and they kept compounding, and they kept getting more and more unhealthy. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's time to invite God along for the journey because, I think the combination of going to Al-Anon and then just fucking up and doing immoral shit, eventually you just go, God, I'm like, one day you get tired of it and you get really sorry and you feel really bad and you go, okay, but now you got to do something different. You can't just keep doing the same shit and saying sorry every time you screw up. So it's like, you got to bring God in on this one. You got to bring him in for some help.
He was speaking literally. He's been headbutting the wall in Israel.
Anyway, dog.
That's how you find God?
Yep, for me. For the hard-headed ones, yeah, you got to go hard.
What do you think was the real?
Mos Def once said, "The hard-headed always got to feel it to believe it." Amen.
Was that religion he was talking about, or just a phrase?
I think the streets.
But applicable.
Yeah, applicable, yes.
Smashing your head on the wall.
I put a gun in my mouth. I was ready to kill myself, blow my brains out, writing letters. Yeah, dark days. For real, gone. I'm ready to go.
Why didn't you do it?
Why didn't I do it? Because I'm pussy and also my mom. So God bless her. She kept me alive that night. And also some dude, I've said it already, but there was a dude who hit me up, this guy from the program. I used to save all the numbers in my...
Oh, it's a LaCroix. I'm sorry. I thought it was a beer.
Yeah, I was wondering what he was drinking. And I thought, like, oh, that's a bad look to be drinking a beer. Unfortunately, it got worse. It was a LaCroix.
I thought it was a beer. Yeah, it's gayer.
I phone, Joey AA, Bobby AA, Tommy AA. And there was a cat who hit me up that night. I was ready to go. And he hit me up. He said, hey, what are you doing? Or something like that. And then I was like, trying to explain myself. Like, bro, fuck this. I'm out of here. Fuck life. I can't take it no more. I just lost my girlfriend. She's walking out the door. My wife didn't know. The ex is fucking suing. It's all just shit. I can't...
I'll say this, in the midst of dealing with someone with addiction and their behavior and trying to confront them with it, I haven't been at that exact moment, but sometimes you get close in dealing with people like that, where like she had a shotgun in the house. And I was like, honestly, with you on drugs and shit, I'm like, I don't want this here.
I'm uncomfortable with that being here too.
I don't want this here because every time we got in a fight, it's lying. It's like when you confront.
It's in the back of your mind that all she has to do is go get it.
No, not even that. But like this gets dark. It's like when you confront someone on their drug addiction and they're not ready to change or admit it, like it just becomes an all-out attack on you and just all-out gaslighting and just the worst possible shit about yourself just being flung at you. And,
so you're worried that it's there.
And I'm just like, I don't know where the next fight goes.
Right.
But like trying to battle someone with serious drug addiction, you're like, I don't want this in the house. So like one night I confronted her about it and she's like, well, I'm just going to fucking leave. And I'm like, I want you to take that gun with you. Like, because I don't know where the next one's going to go. I don't know where this one's leading, but I want this fucking gun out of here because this is breaking me down to the smallest I've ever felt. Like, this is just...
And you don't need that option.
This is an amount of verbal abuse, and this is watching, and at the time, someone you love. You're watching someone you love die in front of you. Like,
they're taking parts of you with them.
And they do. They're like, well, you're going down. If you're going to point this out about me, I'm going to fucking tear you apart. I'm going to take you. And they do. I cannot stress enough to people. My advice to you, if you're with someone who's unapologetically addicted, is get the fuck out of the blast radius because you can't help. There's nothing you can do. And it's going to fuck with you. Addicts have an amazing ability to fuck with whatever reality is. It's a superpower.
Well, that's what the substance do.
It's dangerous, man. And I remember one night she was like, well, I'm going to leave because you don't love me and you don't this. And my last name isn't Imholt and all this shit. And I'm like, take that fucking gun with you. I don't want it in the house because this is dark. Like, this is bad. And I'm like, don't. And then she said something like, you know what? She's like, she said something really dark. She's like, well, don't worry. I'm going to take it because I wouldn't give you the satisfaction of doing it with that gun. I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ.
That's just hurtful to be hurtful.
That
Jesus.
was that. And that was a moment where I went, that was the first moment where I went, you can get out of this. Like, she's leaving. This is your chance.
You can unhook this fucking train, man. Your car goes one way or another. Like, we'll be all right.
You can get out of here right now. And the only thing that stopped me was I talked to the wrong person about it. If I would have talked to the right person, a holy person, a good person, they would have been like, I'll be over right away and you're done. Like, this is, once she's out, we're going to change the locks. I've talked to people about this before, friends, family members, and they're like, if you would have fucking called me that night, I would have saved you months, because this was like January.
Right.
And I left in April. And they were just like, if you would have called me then, I would have saved you months of like very serious psychological and spiritual damage. Like, you would have been done that night. And it's like, yeah, but you know, you don't do it until you're ready to do it.
Reality wanted more irony for you.
Yeah.
So they had to wait a few months.
Yeah. So like, that was dark. And like and the thing is, every fight about drugs is that. And it's like, if you're going to go in and do that confrontation, get ready to be torn to absolute shreds. Like, just get ready to face shotgun fire repeatedly, over and over, to your spirit, to your soul. It's gross. It's dirty. It's awful. And you don't realize it when you're in it, because you're trying so hard to steer this person away. But they don't
Sorry
want
to
to.
hear that, man.
Yeah, no, it's fucking brutal. So I get him. I understand what Shia LaBeouf is talking about here. Like, 100%.
Wrap my head around it all. I'm out of here, bro. And he's like, oh yeah, cool. Tell me about it in the morning. And I thought, you motherfucking insensitive piece of shit. And he bought me the night. I was so angry. I needed to talk to him in the morning. Sometimes.
In fairness, like, that is an incredibly risky help move, though.
Right?
I don't know if anyone, like, if you went to a doctor, I don't know if they'd endorse that move.
I'm pretty sure they wouldn't. No, they'd be more on the, like, we're going to get you
keep them talking
put somewhere where people can keep an eye on you.
Yeah, keep them talking. You know? Oof. Yeah, but that one hit me when he was like, he found God because he was tired of banging. You know, he hit the wall hard enough with his head. But yeah, that's some brutal shit. That's some brutal shit right there.
Damn.
Goat Wrangler says, wait, you left in April? The ultimate irony, right?
Right? It's hilarious.
The ultimate
The situation
irony.
sucks.
Yeah. I was trying to find that one. Somebody sent something. Here we go. Los Federales with $1 says, last day at work in my current role, starting tomorrow, anti-money laundering, anti-terrorism financing division. Fucking A. Dude, I'm obsessed with money laundering lately.
Because you want to get into it? I understand.
I want to know everyone who's doing it. I want to know, like, what businesses in my area, because I'm getting this feeling with all the drug money that's out there. I'm like, there's got to be a shitload of business just in my community that are laundering dirty money.
Wouldn't be surprising. I'm sure a lot of them go back to people who have remarkably more power in the government than they should.
Maybe. Working Class Icon says, absolute God tier Macho Man impressions. Thank you, but I will say my Macho Man impression is an impression of Dan Soder's Macho Man impression.
Okay.
That I can't take credit for my Macho Man. Joey Caravello's mommy says, there is no rationalizing with addicts. It sounds cliche, but they will only get better when they want to or are forced to. Yeah, you got to get away. Take care of yourself. You know? Got to get out of there. Got to get out of there. Aloe on my D says, you have to make peace with the pussy and drugs that you have access to. No, see, now that is the wrong advice. You have to get.
It sounds like a good. I like it.
You have to say peace to you have to say peace to it and get out of there. MSO says you probably don't want to know because if you do, there's a balcony in your future. Yeah, Oh no! What do you mean? What's his name? The comedian that fell off the balcony.
Oh fuck! The whitest kids, God, what is
Trevor Moore? Trevor Moore.
Thank you. Yes.
Trevor Moore fell off a balcony. He wasn't killed by anyone.
Yeah, he slipped. It was entirely a banana peel's fault.
Vulgar Daddy says, so you wanted the mental health crisis drug addict to have the firearm. Why not hide it somewhere? I didn't want it around during those fights, and I didn't want it around as they're just beating you down and making you feel like a bag of shit. Because with the shit they're saying to you, I don't care. I just want her to leave. I wanted her out and to take it with her.
And at a certain point when it gets bad enough, different types of out suddenly still work.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's not a good place to be.
Exactly. Johnny Mars says, been through it twice. Dude, I mean, it's amazing when you get through it and you admit what you did wrong and you don't make excuses and you just move on to the next thing and you do try to do better next time. It is an incredible feeling. It does feel like a superpower afterward, but going through it, you're like, God, I wish I would have just known, I wish I would have just done the right thing from the outset. But learning this lesson is, the fact that you acquired this skill the hard way, at least you still acquired it.
But the you now is metaphorically kicking the you then, because why did it take so long to get to this fucking gear?
I will say I'm at peace with it.
You're at peace with the time it took and everything?
Yeah, I feel really good about it.
You're just happy with, that's the thing. You're enjoying where you are now.
Yeah.
You're not dwelling on the past.
Yeah, I'm incredibly
probably healthy.
I'm incredibly thankful for where I am. I guess it's been a while, but sometimes I will go, God damn it, why not sooner? Or why not just say no from the outset? You do think about that sometimes, but I'm so incredibly gracious and thankful that I am where I am. I mean, it's amazing. I'm so lucky. I'm incredibly lucky.
Good for you.
And I know that it wasn't just me. That's where the return to God thing came from. Because I know it wasn't just me because of the stumbles I made and the imperfect way I got there. I had help. Whether I know it or not, whether I was conscious of it or not, I had help. Because the decisions I was making, I was not capable of fixing on my own.
So you had friends come in and give you a hand.
But to me, those people are God. That's the act of God through those people, because a lot of those people are devout and they're ordered by Christ to do good acts here on earth and spread the word and everything else. So that's God working through them, in my opinion. Now I get to do the church part where I go, how about your tithings? Sorry, I had to break up. It was getting heavy in here.
Yes, it was.
It was getting heavy in here. So no, that Shia LaBeouf deal, fuck, man. He's obviously still going through it, but there's a good part that's pulling at his soul. There's a good part that's trying to grab him. It's just because
so if he can stick to that part, he'll be all right.
Yeah, but then Saturday at 1:30 p.m. local time, Shia was arrested again in New Orleans. I mean, maybe get the hell out of New Orleans after the interview, take a flight. Oh, wait, no, I don't think the court's letting him leave.
Yeah.
I don't think they're letting him leave. The actor
Stay in the house.
The actor was taken into a county jail just after 1:30 p.m. local time Saturday on a new battery charge. It's unclear if this charge stems from the February 17th incident that led to his arrest. It was reported earlier Saturday, a new warrant was issued for the Disney alum stemming from his prior arrest. So he didn't do another thing. This was another
he just got arrested
charge
for the thing again.
Yeah, related to the other one. Okay. Now,
well, then that's okay.
Well, here's the problem. That prosecutor, he said a little bit in the interview. The prosecutor is thinking about hate crime charges because he beat up a couple of gay dudes who he says that the gay dudes were sitting too close to him and touching his legs. So he yelled homophobic slurs and then hit him. And so now the prosecutor's thinking about hate crime charges, and that could put him in prison for a few years. I think the battery charges that he has currently carry a 6-month jail sentence, which he won't serve that. That's the maximum sentence, but it's definitely it's not nothing. This is a very serious thing he's going to have to deal with here.
But I hate that the story he's putting out. So you're telling me that I'm supposed to believe in some cockamamie universe that two gay guys saw a drunk guy at a bar and started pawing at him, hoping they could bring him into some fun thing? I don't know. That sounds entirely unbelievable. When have you ever heard of such a thing?
Yeah, right. Bapa Shab says he only has to act macho because he was raped endlessly by his tribe members while growing up. I mean, that's something you have to remember, is that he was a child star.
Yeah.
And that as a child star, there was probably some really bad stuff that happened to him. For sure.
That's why I understand the ups and downs he's currently in.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Let's open up these 7 o'clock stories. We got the two really big stories of today done with. We got Iran taken care of. We got the Shia LaBeouf thing taken care of. We got some really interesting stuff out of that. Got some. I got to tell some stories from my past that I hope help people. Coming up a little bit later in the show, we'll find out just how compromised Joe Rogan is, thanks to a video by American Redact. It's a really interesting one. It's about Joe Rogan's ties to billionaires. And what it means for what you can, like what comes out of his mouth and how much of it you can really believe, how much of it you can buy. We'll get to that.
Just him being a guy. He doesn't do a script. He's just shooting off the top of his dumb head.
Like I said, if I could go back in time and I could stop something, I would tell Joe Rogan, hey man, keep it to the, I'm not going to have politicians on my show. Like stick to that. And don't have anyone who's worth over $200 million, don't have them on your show. And then maybe you'll be fine. And don't sell to Spotify, please.
Some wild
So in other
video
words,
on
Hey,
massively
shut up, you
Tremendous
two. Sorry, Johnny.
Oh, I was going to say, so in other words, don't be massively successful.
No, just be pretty successful.
Regularly successful.
Yeah. Be pretty successful. That's all. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. 680 of you checking out the toe at the moment. We appreciate it. Let me get into a little piece of business here. They can freeze your accounts, shut off your cards, lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you, they control you. That's why real financial freedom starts with ownership. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a non-custodial wallet built for people who refuse to give up control. With Rumble Wallet, you don't buy digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. This isn't paper gold. This isn't an IOU. This is real gold without bank vaults, storage fees, or gatekeepers. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when traditional gold markets are closed. And if you want, Tether Gold can be redeemed for physical gold. Now that's power. And when you support creators on Rumble, you can tip them directly using Rumble Wallet, peer-to-peer, and outside the banking system. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel buttons. This wallet is yours forever. It's Rumble Wallet. All right, guys, we need your help. This is a listener-supported program, and we could use your assistance in making today's show a success. I feel like it's been good, but I say that a lot, and we lose big time. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, but please, oh please, if you feel like it, we would really appreciate Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Support this program so we can do it every day. Thank you. Please. We'll get back to the chat in a little bit, and hopefully you guys can make a show of it today. Let's go into our next topic, our next story. We got a few quick hitters here. This is just a guy. This is just a dumb guy doing dumb shit. And like, it feels like a waste of taxpayer resources to even have to try him, to arrest him, to put him through the process. It's a guy in Sacramento who committed the crime of hanging on to moving cars.
I feel like that problem solves itself if you just leave it alone.
And well, I mean, yes and no, because now you've got some innocent driver who now is going to live with incredible guilt because some guy tried to hang on to their car and then he died. And now that body's on you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just assumed that whoever was driving vehicle he was clinging on to knew him.
Well, this story says he was clinging on to multiple vehicles. So let's take a look.
Some wild video out of Sacramento after a man is spotted hanging onto the side of a car.
What the is going on here? Are you cool? What's going on?
Yeah, a passing driver understandably shocked to see a man being dragged as he clung to that car. It happened
But then
a
he's
few
on
days
another
ago.
one,
The same
see?
man then jumped onto another car. Police say he was arrested and had multiple outstanding warrants.
That's the least.
So it looks like at first like somebody's dragging this poor guy from a car, but then you see a few minutes later and he's hanging on to another vehicle and being dragged by that one. Then you investigate further and you find out, oh, this guy's just a constant fuck up.
Is he chasing like an insurance payout, or is he just literally just crazy nuts and just hopping on other cars like, you know, he's in Back to the Future?
I'm going to say, seeing as he's a guy who's got a lengthy criminal record, I'm just going to go with just retarded. Retard? He's a retard. He almost bankrupted a casino and he was a retard. And he's just a stupid guy who does stupid shit without thinking. He's got multiple outstanding warrants, clinging to multiple cars. He was eventually arrested, but it's like now he's going to be in the court system. We're going to be using taxpayer dollars. And it's like, just, I mean, I understand that cops can only shoot a guy if they present a weapon and they present a threat. But like, can't we have like a punch card? Like when you fuck around so many times, even if it's like not directly confronting the police, like we can put you down.
I mean, I'm all for it. Like, I'm with you 110%, but that does sound remarkably un-Catholic.
You're right. You know what? Thank you. That's a good check.
You're welcome.
That's a good check. I can't really file that one under render unto Caesar. You know, it's the government. So, Silence Do Good with $4.99 says people are calling you noodle arms. Flex that bicep and prove them wrong. You want to take a look at the people calling me noodle arms? I think there's a little projection going on there.
Dough balls are calling you noodle arms?
Yeah,
That's nice.
you know what? I think I'll be all right. I've seen those people. I don't, as Apollo Creed said, I don't feel any heat from these guys. Thank you very much, Silence Do Good, for the $5. But guys, we need a rally from you. I would appreciate the support, please, and thank you. Let's see if we can't get us off to a good start this week. I would appreciate it. All right, we got, let's get into the next one. This old lady mugshot. So there's a toddler that was at I believe a daycare. I want to say that the kid came home from daycare and their toddler was not feeling well. And eventually, the parents had to call 911, and the child began vomiting. And they finally, the mother took the kid to a nearby fire station. They found out that somebody at his daycare had laced his sippy cup with meth. And this little kid, this little kid ingested meth that was inside a sippy cup the day before.
More importantly, like, if the meth is like in the bag, it might be way more than a person 8 times his size could handle. But if it dilutes into water, you're getting a large dose that kid should never, ever have in their system, even if you wanted them to be on meth. Well, and now you're going to OD on that? That's going to metabolize fast?
The way it sounds is that whoever's running this daycare, they're just keeping baggies of meth in shit. And in this toddler's daycare, or in this toddler's sippy cup, there was a bag. And that bag had methamphetamine in it. The child had been potentially exposed to the drug. The parents and other people who lived in the home chose to monitor the toddler instead of calling 911. Oh, so this wasn't a daycare. This was people who were watching after the kid, and then the mom came home. These were people living with the mom. So these are junkie parents too.
All right, arrest them all. You guys, like, look, you want to do meth, fine. You want to have a kid, fine. I'd say don't pick both of those paths, commit to one. But if you're going to commit to both, you have to have an adult responsibility kind of mindset with regards to your drugs. They should not be in cups for your kid. Like, it's not like the kid picked a lock, freaking figured it out, rolled a tumbler, and got his hands on some meth. He wanted some water.
Yeah. And then Also, the fact that you won't take the kid to the hospital because you and your other meth buddies are worried that you'll get busted for meth. Like,
well, the cops are going to ask the stupid question of how did the kid get meth into his system, and now I got to answer that.
Yeah, exactly. So she took the kid to a fire station and then was later taken to an area hospital to be treated for a possible overdose. While executing a search warrant at the home, detectives found drug paraphernalia, including several glass pipes and containers with meth residue. Hayden Simmons, Damian Wyndham, Erica Foley, and Judith Addison all lived in the home, so it's a meth house, and were arrested and charged with child neglect causing great bodily harm. Now, one of these women, Judith Wyndham Addison, the older lady, people have been pointing out her mugshot. She's the one on the bottom left, and she's apparently just having a great time.
I'm betting this is the you know what? I'm betting that she's related to at least one or two of the people in this photo.
She's related to the guy up top here, Wyndham.
All right. Well, I'm betting this is someone who God rest he's my child and I love him. And she's been staring at this going, this is going to end bad. And now this is just a giant I told her so. And that's why she's smiling. We're all burning and I said it was going to happen.
Really? Because I'm going more with she's an old lady junkie bitch who doesn't understand the gravity of what she's done because she's too geeked all the time.
All right, that's also a possibility. I had a hope for humanity thing. I kind of spiraled into it.
I don't think if you have humanity, you're not smiling in your mugshot, says the guy who smiled in his mugshot. I'm saying you don't smile in your mugshot when you gave a child meth. You're horrified. Like, you know, even if you warned them about it and you said, hey, watch where you're putting your meth and all that stuff. I mean, you still aren't smiling because you're fucked too.
I just can't believe with all these adults in the house, how is there any meth left for the kid to get into his system?
Right? I mean, why couldn't you guys have done all the meth so the kid could have been okay? MSO says, holy shit, it's a meth poster. I mean, it actually kind of is. It's literally... it's a picture of a bunch of people who did meth. So it is. I mean, it is
stupid amounts of meth.
Yeah, damn near a literal sense. A meth poster. 09 Canyon says, Aaron, check out the forehead on the bottom right. I'm just not into foreheads the way you all think I am.
Had bad experiences, particularly with some of the last ones.
Right.
They didn't go well.
Yeah, just let me live my own journey. All right, 713 of you checking out the show. Please, guys, I'd appreciate it. It's this is becoming too many days during the week. So please and thank you. We love the rallies. Thank you, Silence Do Good. I appreciate it. Thank you so much just for that $1.99. It means the world to me. It really does. Anybody who contributes to this program, I appreciate it. 199 says, people were DMing me how great your thumbnails are. My thumbnails are in disgusting shape. I can't stop biting them. So you are incorrect. And I will say something else. I pity anyone who DMs other people about the podcaster.
About someone else's thumbnails?
They're watching's thumbnails. I'm not trying to gaslight you. This is a fact. You all need help. And I mean, like, psychological can get you a prescription help. You're fucked. You're fucked. And again, this is just me trying to help you because you're stuck in a weird place. That's all. All right, guys, hit like, hit subscribe, and for God's sake, please don't put us in the spot we find ourselves in all too often. Great show today on Iran, on all that stuff. Support the show. It is a listener-supported program. Please and thank you. All the links are in the chat. I'll put them in there again. Thank you. MSO says they're not thumbnails, they're toenails. Oh, he's talking about the show thumbnails.
Yeah.
Dude, you can make fun of those thumbnails if you want. They're a lot better than what we used to have, and they're actually pretty fucking good. They're pretty solid, and the new logos are really fucking good. I'm sorry. If you don't...
Nice shit all over.
If you don't like them, I think you're coping about the old toe. I'm coping about the fact that we can't make a buck anymore these days unless it's Thursday and they're making up for everything else. So please and thank you. Let's see if we can do some damage today. This next one is out of DeRidder, Louisiana. This is a woman And I don't even think she's a teacher. She is a former mayor, I think. I think she was the mayor of DeRidder, Louisiana, and she's currently on trial for having sex with her son's friends. And there's some wild shit coming out in this trial. Like, I don't know why this woman wanted to go to trial. Like, with all the stuff that's coming out, I would have just pled out and said, you know, give me the best deal you can. But she's fighting, and let's take a look at it here.
Stunning testimony as the jury in the Misty Roberts trial heard from new witnesses today. Good evening, I'm Cynthia R. Snow. The children of the former DeRidder mayor took the stand today in day 4 of her trial. KPLC's Devin Cruz joins us live from DeRidder. Devin?
Looks like one of the guys she might have had sex with. Jesus. Oh,
wow,
no.
her bar is that low?
Wait, is that a trans?
No.
I'm just looking at the titties.
Well, as soon as you said that, I'm checking the neck shadow for an Adam's apple dent. Unfortunately, we don't have enough of one. He's got a weird double frown on his face, just one in his mouth and one on the chin.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. He does look like he has 2 faces, doesn't he?
Yeah,
Look
it's
at
like
that little
Angry
guy.
Cat, the person.
Yeah, he's like
or Grumpy Cat, excuse me.
kind of like Krang a little bit, you know?
That's where the little hands are to control the body.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cynthia, as you said, the former mayor here, Misty Roberts, is on trial for 2 felony charges.
Now I feel bad. Like, I'm too flippant with my commentary sometime. Imagine somehow, some way, this guy stumbles upon this, and he goes, "You really just asked if I'm trans?" Like, that's just a shitty thing to throw out there.
Right. From the still, you could have clearly seen he's just gay.
How dare I?
And today we had a lot of details and a lot of testimony. We heard from at least 6 witnesses. I'll try and jump right in and give you as much as I can. So starting off the top,
6 witnesses? So you weren't even trying to hide the fact that you were boning, like, teenage boys?
Dude, how bad is that for your son? Like, any issue, you get, oh yeah, well, I'm gonna f your mom. Like,
and then they did. Ugh.
Saw pictures of the 2024 party in question, including kids holding drinks by the pool and a photograph prosecutors are calling lewd. That picture showed Roberts at the party in her bikini and the teen looking up at her smiling. The majority of their bodies were not visible in that photograph. Text messages were presented by the prosecution between Roberts and her son, including what alcohol the kids wanted for the party and through the evening, as Roberts' son told her what was happening was crazy and that his little sister was crying. Here's her son also texted Roberts that, quote, he is 17. However, the boy was actually 16 at the time.
I mean, maybe legally it matters, but like to me, morally and ethically, it does not.
I mean, you've got like, I got kind of appalled at the part where it's like, your son's like, hey, this is crazy. This is when your children are like, this isn't normal and we're not okay with it. I feel like as a parent, you have an obligation to stop their friends.
Yeah. And not only that, but like to me, it's almost in a way creepier when people start going, oh no, he was 17 and that's age of consent in this state. It's like, dude, if you're going we always say it. If you're going state by state age of consent laws, you're a pervert.
You've already lost.
Yeah, you're a pervert. So like if you're like in your 40s or 50s and you're banging like a 17-year-old and your excuse is, well, in this state that I did it in, it's legal. It's like, okay, legal. Just because things are legal doesn't mean they're okay, technically. Like, they're like moral or like a good thing. It just means that we can't lock you in a cell for doing it.
Right? Like if you're in your mid 40s and you're like, hey man, she was 25. That's legal. It doesn't make it any better. We're still uncomfortable with this huge age gap here, but
and I'm sorry, also a 17-year-old is a child. Like
it's a big one, but yeah.
It's a child. So you're still having sex with a child, which is disgusting. Silence Do Good with $1.99 says, no, they DM'd me saying they were great. I love them. Well, I mean, thank you. I appreciate that. I thought you were talking about my actual thumbnails, which shows you how insecure I am about them, but I've been biting way too much. Like I have a callus on the side of one and I can't stop picking at it.
Is it like a nervous tick thing or?
No, it's more of like I want to watch the progress of the callus be removed.
Oh.
Like I like picking until I get a seam, like you get a little piece that you can peel.
Yeah, and then you can just start pulling the whole thing off.
Yeah, which is sick. It's probably something I should dedicate some time to. Thank you, Silence.
That younger sibling.
Thank you, Silence Do Good, for the $1.99. Couple of Red Boys and we're home if you could.
Also took the stand while her interview with investigators played. In it, she said she saw her mother and the young man, quote, on top of each other that night. Robert's nephew
He saw his mom doing that.
No, he said his little sister saw the mother.
Oh, God, even worse.
Even worse.
Yeah. Ew. Hard enough to raise daughters as it is, and then you're giving that. Oh, you fucking pig.
Teach her to be a whore. Yeah, it's a great role model.
To using his phone camera to see what was happening in the room that night. He testified that he's unsure if he hit record, but said if so, it was never sent to anyone, and he since wiped his Snapchat memories.
Oh, you know what? That her son's got a lawyer. Because that lawyer's like, do not say that you filmed your mom fucking your friend. That is a big problem.
That puts you from someone reporting a crime to someone participating.
Right. So you say you deleted it. Say you never sent it to anybody. But for sure, let's be careful how we tell people that, how you're aware. Yeah.
The defense asked her nephew why he cleared his Snapchat before turning it over to investigators. And he says it was because he had photos of him and his friends drinking and was worried he was going to get in trouble. Now,
how about the fact that you're feeding teenage boys booze and that's the least of your immoralities,
That's the closest to a decent thing you've done.
Right. That's like the least offensive thing you've done in this whole deal. And she's got a stripper name too, Misty Roberts. Your mom's even named.
At least she's a natural blonde.
Court that an important portion of Robert's son's interview was not transcribed. Attorney Adam Johnson says the interviewer said at one point, quote, just say it once and we can move on, end quote, while the transcription notates that it was unintelligible. Today, Robert's son also agreed that's what was said. There's only so many details I can give you from out here. We'll have a full report online, and also we'll be here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. as the trial continues into the weekend. But
I can't see how that comes out with anything other than a guilty verdict.
Right? If there's a justice system still intact, I would hope so.
Right.
There's only so many details we can give you before I vomit my breakfast, just because this is so fucking gross.
Exactly. All right, Johnny, you got to go early today because you got an appointment.
Yeah, I have a virtual appointment I have to do. So thank you very much.
I'm going to cut you loose. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. There goes Johnny. All right. Nothing going on in the chat. Thank you, guys. Let's see if I appreciate everyone supporting this show. This is becoming a humiliation ritual, the last hour of the show. And I don't want to make it that way. So I don't want to lean on it. I don't want it. So just make it go, please, and thank you. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. That's all I'm going to say. Let's continue on. Let's go to our next story. Please support our show. Let's get back into Minnesota. This has got to be a boomer problem. Because this is about like mailing in your mortgage. I don't even know if I've ever mailed in a mortgage payment before. I think like every mortgage I've ever had has been, like auto pay. Like it just gets taken out every 15th or whatever it is. I've never heard of, it's got to be boomers, right? Because this is a story about like Becker changed their post office. So now people are mailing in their mortgages, but it's not getting sent, so their mortgages aren't getting paid. Like, that's very serious shit. But I feel like the solution to that is not, like, going to the post office and be like, come on, you got to send it. Call your niece or nephew or grandson or whatever over and have them teach you how to pay your mortgage online. Or just, like, take them to the bank and show your, Meemaw how to set up an auto pay. Because this can really fuck you over. I think I've only made one mortgage payment that wasn't auto pay, and that's when I bought this house, and I didn't get the auto pay. No, I switched bank accounts, and I hadn't updated it for my auto pay, so I went to the bank when I was running around one day, and I actually just cut a check that day. That's the only time. But I don't think I've ever mailed in a mortgage or a car payment. By the way, if you can avoid it, try to not have a car payment.
we've been reporting on for several months now about issues with the Postal Service in Becker.
Yeah, the post office in the city of 5,000 closed last fall and moved operations about 8 miles south to Monticello.
Residents say ever since the change, service hasn't been the same. Richard Reeve is live in Becker with that. Rich.
This is fucked up because, like, this is the town. Like, this is near the area where my ex-wife and I will pick up the kids and stuff, and it's like, it's just weird seeing it on the news. It's because Becker's a small town. Like they said, it's 5,000 people. So it's weird to see it on TV like this. It's odd. I know it's a very rube take, but.
Yeah, Lindsay, this is where the Becker Post Office used to be. It's now a construction site, but there are a lot of issues out there. Checks that were mailed out that never arrive, even mortgage payments. So we went looking for answers.
There's no shortage of postal frustration in Becker these days.
I would mail.
Yeah, I figured. I was going to say, this is probably older people. But like, God, even if you're 60, AutoPay's been around for what? At least 20 years, 25 years? So like, you were in your 30s or 40s when it became a thing. What are we doing mailing checks for our mortgages? Stop it.
And I'd get past due notices.
We are getting mail that is ripped, somebody's deposit that we cannot even process.
It's causing some people anxiety and a lot of worry.
Worry, critics say, as mortgage and bill payments aren't getting where they're supposed to go.
So what's going on with the mail service with you guys?
We've been getting a bunch of our checks sent back.
Valerie Ruck says customer payments to her septic pumping company are making a big U-turn.
They're getting
well, that sounds like a real shitty situation. It's a real septic shock. I'm not making any money today.
Back to customers, and they're saying non-deliverable as addressed, unable to forward.
At the Sherburne State Bank, there's a box full of returned mail, with some arriving mortgage or billing checks looking like this.
So why are they ripped?
This is how we got it from the post office.
This is where the Becker Post Office used to be. Since operations moved to Monticello in October, customers say service is spotty. Banker Tanya Danielson worries delays in mortgage payments could impact her customers' credit.
Yeah, no shit. I mean, missing a mortgage payment is not a small deal. That can really fuck with your numbers. And it's hard, like, it's difficult. Like, it's kind of, you know, the mail fucked it up is kind of like a dog ate my homework kind of deal. It doesn't help.
For example, if it's a mortgage, they can't have any negative mortgage reportings within the last year to refinance or do anything like that. It'll drastically affect their credit scores.
We sent an email to the Postal Service asking if the agency is aware of these issues, what might be causing the problems, and what could be done to rectify the situation. Meanwhile, the mayor is filing a complaint with the Postal Regulatory Commission.
They need to be held accountable. This is not just an inconvenience. This is something that's affecting our businesses.
God, small town mayors are the best. They just don't look like imposing leadership figures. And often because they're guys who have a 9-to-5 job and they're just, I mean, they get paid like 20, 30 grand a year to be mayor of a small town, but it's like, it's not what they do for a living. Sometimes like old guys do it. Like when I was in Litchfield, the mayor there was like a guy who was like a retired teacher. And that's just what he did in his retirement. He was mayor. So I don't know. Silence do good with 199 says, you're showing local news about a post office? Dude, I'm sorry. I did Iran shit. I did all of that stuff. It didn't work. I'm doing the stories that I had prepped for today. I'm sorry that, I mean, if you want drama content, I guess there's like 900 other places you can go for that. Mikey, 2 milks with $1. Says, hey, Toe, I'm starting my second week at my new job, $25 an hour starting. How are you doing this morning? Let's see. You're doing $25 an hour? You and I are pretty close. You and I are pretty close today, actually. Thank you, Miss Tay, for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. Oh, if you could help out. Anawal says, I liked the segment. Yeah. People enjoy. I mean, if you don't enjoy, I certainly wouldn't watch something I don't enjoy. But look, we made about the same amount of money on that segment as we did talking about Iran. So what are you going to do? Hey, if you rally up and get 35 memberships, that would put us at 500, and I'd have to go till 11 today. Oh, let's see if we can do something. If you're feeling generous towards the toe, please kick in a little bit. Thermodyne Diesel gifting a membership. Hey, 3 more Rumble memberships. And we, one at a time, of course. And we've got ourselves a golden shower for today, which would be nice. Thank you very much. We're getting there. Thank you for all the people that are writing mean things about my effort. I appreciate that. It's always really nice. I know you're big fans, and this is like what we do. But no, I really appreciate, like, Dead Game, super kind of you. That's a really not crazy, fucked up, mean thing to say. Bigot on Socialist Media says that guy can prep the show tomorrow morning and see if he can do better. Well, he's an audience member. He shouldn't be expected to prep the show. Reformed Rapscallion says, I was going to donate to the show, but I really want Israel to have my money instead. Yeah, I really don't think I'm winning that battle. Like, if you want to give money to Israel, I don't think I'm the guy who would get it in their stead. I don't think so. Hit like, hit subscribe. $2 from Kraken Slappin' says, I like local Minnesota segments. Yeah, I mean, the majority of our audience is still from Minnesota. So that is going to be a thing. You don't have to like it. 670 of you checking out the show as we start to bring it in for a landing today. Let's do one more of these and we can make some money. You guys get the golden shower going if you can. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus. No crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free and mold-free. Plus, you're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. A frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. 1775coffee.com/studio. Thank you, 1775 Coffee. All right, guys, let's get in there. That's the last one of those for today. Let's get in there and do some damage today, huh? Couple golden showers, couple memberships. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's do some damage. This is why we shouldn't let some guys just play with tools in their garage. I guarantee you that if this guy can make this, then the United States military has shit in development right now that'll saw your dick off. This is a guy who basically made a laser gun in his garage. He just, from parts he found, from parts he was able to buy, this guy was able to create a laser gun that can set wood and cans on fire. Fuck. Like, I see shit like this, and like I said, it's some hillbilly playing around in his backyard, and I'm like, imagine what our government has. If a guy in his garage can create something like this, it's making me believe that we 100% have lightsabers. Got to, right? Watch this guy. Watch what this guy has. He has a gun. Look, what you point the red dot at the thing, and it starts it on fire. So there he goes. Puts it right there, and look at that. It starts smoking. Look at that. That's fire. He's starting shit on fire using a laser gun. He's already burned holes in these Canada Dry cans. Look at that. That's just a guy fucking around in his garage. You know how they always say, like, oh, the Second Amendment, that's not going to protect you from the government if you have to go up against them. And I'm like, I don't know. Get enough of these guys making laser guns in their garage. Who knows what we can pull off? I mean, if you got a guy from a long ways away and he puts a red dot on your clothes and all of a sudden holes start burning in it, you're going to be like, what the fuck? And it doesn't make any noise. It's silent. It's just a heated dot. You're like an ant under a magnifying glass. Look at that. And he must only be able to do it in short bursts. Oh, no, he's going pretty long time on that one. I guess he just doesn't want to set shit on fire. I get it. But yeah, like he made himself, what do you call it? Like a proton pack. Just in his garage making this shit, which means we've got helicopters that shoot lasers that could obliterate entire towns. There's no way we don't. T-Baby with $1 says 1775 coffee makes me hard as fuck. Well, that's a positive, I think, right? Dan Vicious with $10. Wow. Thank you, Dan Vicious. A couple more of those. Here's where we're at. Couple more of those and we might have a chance today. A red boy and we've really got a chance today. So if you've got fake donos, holy shit, do we love fake donos. But thank you for that real one, Dan Vicious. I appreciate it. Give us a fighting chance at a W today here for the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow to support the show for free. But, throw us a couple of bucks to really keep the wheels turning or keep the toes turning. Oh, Silence Do-Good is going to hate this one. We're going back to local news stories in just a second. Oh, Dan Vicious with his $10 says this is for Johnny's downhill slalom lessons. It's gonna be fine. I think he'll do great on the slopes. Silver Wolf with $1 says Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps. It is wild that you can just make a laser gun. That is one of those things, though, like you start putting that laser gun up online and it starts like getting more and more powerful and you start fine tuning it. That is when the sunglasses agents show up at your door and they're like, we got to talk. The laser gun, you got to hand that shit over. You're like, from my cold, dead fit. And then they tase your neck. All right, we'll just go get it. Rusty Grammar says you can do that with a $30 laser from Amazon if you open it up and remove the filters. Hey, look at that. We got ourselves a terrorist on our show. Look at that. It's terrorist talk. Holy Christ. All right. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Keep them going. Keep them coming. We can do this $5 at a time if you want to. And we are also 35 gifted memberships away from 500. And that 35 would mean that I have to go until 11 today. Let's do it. People in the chat asking, where did Johnny go? Johnny had an appointment today. He had to leave a little bit early. I don't think I want to do... Let's do this story first, then we'll do the Rogan thing. I'm just worried that ain't going to run up. I got to start thinking about what's going to make us a couple of bucks here today. But then again, I thought the Israel thing would. I was wrong about that. So let's keep going with the local shit and see what we got. This isn't like local news here in Minnesota. This one's in Pittsburgh. I actually 100% condone this action. I hate it when people keep a shitload of bees. Like they're keeping beehives. I get it. We can't get along without the bees and colony collapse disorder is bad, but I also don't want to live next to a place where there's bee swarms all over the place. I hate bees.
Members of the Bedillion family make their living raising bees and producing honey. Tonight, they're saddened that someone intentionally set one of their beehive farms on fire.
Okay, that's a dick move. That's an asshole move. I mean, to set their beehives on fire when they make honey. I mean, second of all, honey's delicious. You make toast, put a little honey and cinnamon on your toast. Oh, it's delicious. You know what else you put honey in? Your chili. Thank me later. There's a lot of stuff you could put a little bit of honey in that goes a long way. And now you're going to burn down the beehives? I thought they were just beekeepers. Now I find out they're beekeepers that make honey. You keep bees, Tuck. They keep me, and I keep them.
Inside the Bedillion Honey Farm shop, they produce at least a half dozen varieties of honey on their 25 farms.
I didn't know there were that many honeys. Did you know that? I thought there was just like honey. There's apparently, what does it say? Something tumbleweed honey, Tupelo honey, goldenrod honey. When did this happen? When did we start getting all these different honeys? This is first to me. Wait, Tupelo honey. There's a song. Tupelo honey. Baby, flip, dear dummy. What? Oh, God damn it. There's a song about son of an ass. Continue on. Anyway.
Of honey products are on display. Even a live beehive is on display inside the store.
Well, whoever set that on fire certainly was not beehiving. Let's make some money. But really, let's make some cash on today's show, huh? Let's turn this frown upside down. No, they're not beehiving. Get it? Because they set it on fire. But I tell you what, this story sure created a buzz around town. With the, well, I guess their honey business really got their wings clipped. Wings clipped. I tell you what, I it's got to be stressing them the hell out because this story alone is really bugging me. Oh, they asked the owners, they said, what's it like to lose all your beehives? And they said, it stings, it stings. I mean, really, the bees knew something was up. It was reported that it raised all their antenna. None of this is good.
However, these are
honey, what is it? Exactly. Exactly what? Honey, what do you need? No, the honey in the beehives. Oh, honey. Yeah, what's up? Honey's on first. Honey's on fire.
Pictures of 50 beehives burned to ashes. This happened in Industry, Beaver County. Mark and Sarah Badillion own the business. Their daughter Lily.
Hey, guys, I'm on your side. You might say I'm pollen for you. Pollen for, that's right, because it's.
Was with her father when they discovered the beehives were destroyed.
So when we rolled up to it, I was a little bit confused. Where are the beehives? And then you really get to looking at it and you can see squares of ash where they burnt the pallets. My heart dropped, my dad's heart dropped. It was a pretty long moment of silence until it set in that all of our hives were caught on fire.
Ironically, religiously, this is a wasp family. That's literally they knocked over the beehive, but business-wise, this really kicked over a hornet's nest. I really wish whoever decided to set these beehives on fire would have bumbled it. Bumblebee, right?
It was heartbreaking, to say the least.
Oh, it was like getting punched in the gut. It was heartbreaking, because they killed our bees, killed them.
How many?
We're estimating about 50 hives.
Damn.
A bunch, so, tens of thousands of bees.
Family members say
a lot of people thought that this arsonist had eaten something he was allergic to. Apparently, he broke into hives. Broke into hives. Hives. Turns out he just really hates honeycomb cereal. I didn't think I had more, but I do.
Someone traveled about 500 feet into a deep wooded area to reach the beehive farm. 50 beehives were destroyed, with each housing roughly 10,000 bees. However, the Badillion honey business produces honey from 25 farms in different locations.
Thank God. So we're still going to get goldenrod honey, whatever the hell that is.
I mean, we're farmers at heart, and that...
I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker.
We work really hard, it takes a lot of hard work, sweat, time, we're at the mercy of nature.
Also tonight, members of the Badillion family are hopeful that police will find whoever is responsible. Covering Washington County in Hickory, Sheldon Ingram, Pittsburgh's Action.
You think they see a lot of really large black men in that part of the state? I feel like he might have been one of the first. That sucks. Unless it's part of your competition, who the hell is just walking up to a beehive and just setting it on fire? What an absolute out of your way dickhead move. By the way, Ryan the Garbage Man informing me about these different types of honey. Says, get some buckwheat honey and you'll never put maple syrup on your pancakes again. Oh, Tay. Sorry. Buckwheat honey. I said that you needs to buy my honey. Buckwheat. It's a different. buckwheat honey is a different. If you understand the, you see, buckwheat was he was a character on a. You know what? It's not important. Miss Tay with $10 says, honey, no thanks, Turkish. I'm sweet enough. I started this. Well, you know this wasn't a Wu-Tang honey farm, because if it was a Wu-Tang honey farm, there would have been killer bees. You know that this was not Craig Biggio, Lance Berkman, and David Bell, because those were the killer bees. Houston. Yes. Oh, Das Optic Nerve beat me to the Wu-Tang killer bees joke. You son of a bitch. Los Federales with $1 says, speaking of bees, check this out. Play at 3 times speed. Okie dokie. Artichoke. $1 from Approachable says, every source of nectar. Oh, nectar damn near killed her. I missed that one. Says, creates a little bit different flavor of honey. Some commercial outfits will harvest based on the end of nectar sources available, collect honey right before a source and again after. I am learning more about the honey business than I ever thought I would. Approachable with $1 says, if that guy ever gets caught, he's going to be dealing with a lawsuit instead of a bee suit. Aloe on my D says, Aaron likes potato honey. That's not correct. Why would you say something like that? Leah gifting a membership. Thank you very much, Leah. That's very nice. Hey, honestly, if we nail another 50 before rally time, I think we got a shot today. I really do. Mr. Stellar with a gifted membership over on YouTube. Those are great. Thank you. Of course, our members only show comes up every Thursday, and people have been really enjoying those since we kind of changed our approach to them a bit. A little more long-form stuff. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. You're also 34 memberships away from 500. And if you knock those out, not only is it G-Word, but I also have to go till 11. Glue FPV says, this is all so bad. Dude, you're so wrong. If you can't understand why shit like that is enjoyable to people, you just take your life too seriously. And it's just, I feel bad for you. It's like, why isn't he angry at someone? Why doesn't he gossip about someone? That's too bad. That's too bad. I feel bad for you. But you know what? The more you hang around here, the more you'll become a fan, and the more you'll kind of realize that you were gaslit into some retarded shit. But I'm not giving up on you. 639 of you checking out the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's do it, bitches. All right, we got, let's do this beehive thing. Tree climbing skills without fear of heights, harvesting honey from dangerous trees. Let's skip around. He did say to go 3 times on this, but I'm going to fast forward a bit because it is an 18-minute video. Let's go. He says play at 3 times speed. All right, let's do it. I'm trusting you. This is a listener-submitted clip, so I'm trusting you that if this doesn't make money, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm putting a lot of trust in you. Holy shit. Ah! So he's going up this tree just to get some honey at a death fall rate or height. And he's just hammering in nails like please tell me he's got like a waist, like a harness thing tied to the tree, and that he's not just free climbing this shit. And there's going to be bees up there? Yeah, fuck this. He is not free climbing this. I'm looking for something that's tied around this tree, and I'm not seeing anything. Ah! What the fuck is this guy doing? It's fucking, you can hear his heart's pumping Kool-Aid though. What the fuck? Is there like, okay, I thought I saw something tied around his ankles, but even then, fuck that. This is AI, right? What the fuck are you doing? Get a machine or something. Oh, he's sitting on top of it now. Okay, so he's sitting on top of the branch. Yeah, still. Now there's bees all. Yeah, see, fuck that jump. And hope that the trees catch you. This is. I'm getting anxiety watching this. No! Stop. See, now just, like, set them all on fire. What are you doing? Why can't the beehive be lower to the ground? Why can't you get, like, a fire truck to do that? Why? This honey better cure AIDS. Yeah, fuck this, like, all the way. Where is the... Oh, there it is. What the fuck? He's not tied to this in any way, shape, or form. Ah! This is like those Russian kids. What are you doing? What in the world makes this worth it? Go buy some honey from the store. How are you not dead? Like, how are all these bees swarming around you and you don't just... Oh, God, fuck. Oh, I want to go home. Oh, I want to go home. What are you... Ah, it's falling all the way to... Wait, so that just falls to the ground? So now you're going to have to climb back down and you're going to have to go find that shit? This is ass, you guys. How many people a year die doing this? Oh, he's going to collect the rest of it. Okay, so he collects all the honey-rich stuff. Dude. Stop. Okay, now go. You've got enough honey. You don't need to get... Don't get more. Just, dude, this is already such a win. Yeah, just head back down. This is a W. Consider this your victory for the day. If this guy's not making 6 figures having to do this job... And don't pull the nails out of the tree as you go. Just climb down. This guy must have a great core. Sorry, I had to. Falls halfway down. It'd be worse if you crotch yourself right on that spot there. He's gonna make it. For those of you who are watching this hoping for him to die, I'm sorry. No dice, Jim Rice. Oh my God. And you got it. You got your honey. We can all have delicious Melba toast now. Thanks to that guy. Who sent that? Honest to God, who sent that? Yeah, Scoutsko says, poor bees lost their home. What a cunt. Right? Didn't end so well for the bees. Coltrane with $1 says, I put my truck payment on auto pay and they cut my rate down 0.75% doing that. And then I had my payment come out 2 weeks early. This meant I didn't pay interest on half the month since it accrues daily. Nice then, right? That's sounds like a W for sure. Reformed Rapscallion says he gets home and she's not in the mood. Oh, could you imagine? Hey, honey, I'm home. I climbed a giant tree and risked my life to get a bunch of honey. Oh, I have a headache. He just buries a hammer in her head because he just can't handle it anymore. Approachable says you should look up collecting mad honey from a cliff face. What are these people doing? What are they doing? Some Soper says there is no amount of money that would convince me to do that. No, of course not, because you're normal. It's a totally normal feeling to have. You guys want to see? Okay, we got about 20 minutes before we have to try and rally. I would really appreciate you guys coming up with some numbers for us here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, 33 memberships away from 500. I'd appreciate it. It would get us home. Please and thank you. Let's get into this American Redact clip. This is about Joe Rogan. The title of the video is Joe Rogan is completely compromised. And there you see the Jeffrey Epstein experience. We're going to get a few minutes into this video. And then, we've been talking about this quite a bit. Joe's been having a lot of billionaires on since he went to Spotify, a lot of Trump administration officials, a lot of people that are kind of in control of the narrative. And it has limited Joe's ability to kind of seed through the bullshit. And it's limited because Joe's kind of a big dumb gorilla guy. And so he trusts a lot of these people that come on his show, and he doesn't really... Like, he had Kurt Metzger on, and Kurt Metzger tried to break it down for him. And I feel like part of Joe feels like Kurt's just a crazy coot in a coonskin cap telling him all kinds of crazy shit. And that may be true, but the people Joe's listening to are equally, like, maybe out of it on the other side. Let's take a watch. This is American Redact. We're just going to play a piece of this. And in the clip we're going to put the link to this full video in there. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow.
To or ideologically opposed to, or just didn't see eye to eye with them and wanted to know how they think. I don't know how many opportunities I would ever even get to do that.
What you're doing is so important. And now, there's 1,000 people imitating you. Many really good podcasts.
All right, so it looks like Joe Question Everything Rogan has, yet again, invited someone onto his show who was once directly connected with Epstein and failed to mention the Epstein connection or even the files in general during the entire 2.5-hour podcast.
Well, not only that, these administration people and the people who work with them are very smart. They know to flatter Joe. They know to compliment him, talk about how great he is. Like, disarm him. That's how these people operate. They disarm you. They put on the charm offensive. Every 2.5-hour interview that Joe does with one of these people, that they can run out the clock without having any kind of argument or pushback moment, they consider that a win. That's why they give Joe big, long answers, long-winded answers, and he thinks, wow, I'm really getting a great... Because Joe just wants the name. And he just wants to have, I just want to have a conversation with the name. And it's like, okay, that's great if it's Bert Kreischer, right? But if it's a guy who's actually in charge of shit that's going on and has seen stuff that none of us will ever see, it's incumbent on Joe to dig a little deeper and put in a little bit more of an effort, but he's not doing that. And that's frustrating.
Which is just pretty interesting, being that Joe Rogan spoke about that topic with every single one of his guests since the files were released about a month ago, including RFK Jr.'s very own wife, Cheryl Hines. But I guess when a guy who admitted to flying on Epstein's planes multiple times comes onto the show, Joe suddenly loses interest in the largest conspiracy drop of the decade, and has more pressing issues to talk about with a guy who once personally knew Jeffrey Epstein.
And the fact that people on the left weren't outraged when they read the Twitter files and found out how much involvement there was in silencing real information and removing people who were from Stanford.
The White House ordered me to be removed from Instagram. I lost 1 million followers.
Insane.
And so this...
The Twitter files? That's what we're talking about? That Jack Dorsey and his Indian, Maharishi lady, boycotted some conservative people and banned them off Twitter when they didn't ban Lefty. That's what you're going to talk to RFK Jr. about? We're not going to bring up Epstein. Again, every time these guys go on Joe's show and he doesn't bring up Epstein, they're like, that's a win.
Is most likely done by design, as Joe's show has become more and more like a government-sanctioned propaganda factory. It's almost like there's a set of bullet points Joe's sticking to here to make RFK Jr. look good, and it's completely pathetic. Because before the Epstein files dropped, RFK Jr. was completely fine with talking about his past flights with Epstein and how he went fossil hunting with a guy back in the 90s, as his defense was always that nobody knew about Epstein's nefarious ways before 2006.
Okay, but give the context, obviously, to the Epstein thing, because you basically got ahead of the...
So first of all, I'm in New York for most of my life. Yeah. So, you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house.
Okay. How many pedophiles and murderers do you guys know and like have over at your house and have hung around with? Like, everybody can make a mistake in judgment. So one, okay. Like, I've been meeting, I've known Weinstein, I've known Hitler, I've had over at my house O.J. Simpson, Bill Cosby, I've had, you name it, really, Pol Pot. I've had over Genghis Khan, had dinner with me and Cheryl one time. He's a very nice man. Shia LaBeouf has been over at my home, Benjamin Netanyahu, Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, all of them, Prince Andrew. Sorry, but if you're surrounded by monsters, murderers, and pedos, you are the company you keep, brother.
Bill Cosby came to my house.
You also knew I was joking about the Bill Cosby thing. You're not supposed to say the exaggeration. Fuck.
I didn't know a lot of them, but you don't know these people are swamp creatures until all this stuff comes out.
Right, but you hang out with a lot of swamp creatures. Like, you hang out with a lot of people who turn out to be swamp creatures.
Plane rides with Jeffrey Epstein. I took 2 plane rides with him. My wife knew his girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, and of course, I ran across Jeffrey Epstein at parties. I mean, at fundraisers, the Robin Hood fundraiser in New York.
You hear that? His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. It's a weird way to say madam and owner-operator of his pedo ring.
So if this JRE podcast was done before the files dropped, RFK would have certainly brought up the connection himself right away. But the fact that neither of them talked about perhaps the biggest headline of the year, even for a second, really raises some questions.
I would have talked about the Epstein files, but I was busy having dinner with the Green River Killer and the Night Stalker and Ted Bundy.
And it just makes this email chain in the Epstein files that much creepier. Where Jeffrey...
I had a banquet where we were catered by a Kentucky Fried Chicken owned by John Wayne Gacy.
After learning that RFK Jr.'s previous wife was found hanging in her backyard, responded to that message with whoops. So for Joe to not even question that, or for RFK Jr. to not even bring it up and clear the air like he did so gleefully before, certainly makes everything look a little more dark. Like, what on earth could whoops even mean? I guess on the Jeffrey Epstein Experience podcast, they just don't talk about that sort of thing anymore. Instead, they'd rather spend time talking about how great the United States of America is. And
Theo Vaughn tried to talk to Joe about this stuff, and he kind of poo-pooed it and like, how dare you? And then he had, who was the guy he had on who was a total Epstein apologist, and he just let him go? Mike Benz, former administration guy. And like, oh no, he was just a closer, and like he was closing deals, and you do that with girls. And so it's like, you piece of shit. Like, I hope none of these guys have daughters. And Rogan has daughters.
Much better we are than the UK, where RFK Jr. and Rogan spent some time talking about the UK's arrests over social media posts, which is completely ironic, being that the UK is also the only country to actually arrest someone connected to the Epstein files.
Right? 2 people now. Don, I went on the Joe Rogan Experience, and it went really well. We talked about the UK. We just talked about goy slop for 2.5 hours, and we didn't really get to anything of substance, so we're good.
An arrest is crazy. That's a crazy amount of people go to jail for social media posts.
The framers of the Constitution, free speech was everything to them, and they put it in the First Amendment because they knew all the other rights and guarantees were dependent on it. If you have a government that can silence its opponents, it has a license for any kind of atrocity.
And I know we have this sped up, but do you see how he's dragging out his answers and talking a whole bunch of shit to just... In boxing, this would just be like keeping him at the end of your jab. He's not letting Joe Rogan on the inside. And Joe doesn't know he's being handled. Joe stumbled into all this by accident. He magooed his way into this. And so he doesn't know he's being worked on. He doesn't know he's being handled. He doesn't know he's being manipulated. He's just happy to be there, Joe. Happy to have these guys on his show, Joe. And he's being used completely as a mouthpiece to rehab the images of some total pieces of shit.
When you're living in a world where the government has the power to dictate what's real and what's not real, and they don't have an obligation to be correct.
That's what they're doing to you right now. As you have the Secretary of Health and Human Services on your show, steering you, pulling you around by the nose, you have no idea how correct you are, Joe.
You got a real problem. And if there's no consequences for them being incorrect, and they've silenced correct speech, they've gotten away with something that's real slippery and real dangerous.
Really?
There's a lot of money involved and a lot of businesses involved.
Yeah. A lot of businesses involved. Maybe Spotify.
I wonder what other government has the power to dictate what's real and not real and has no obligation to be correct. You know, it's almost like Joe's describing his beloved administration to a T here, and the iron grip it has on his very podcast. But of course he won't bring that up with someone who's literally in the administration and in the files.
It's so sad to watch Joe become the media, because why doesn't the media confront any of these people? Because they don't want to lose the access, right? Now Joe won't challenge these guys because he sees them as his buddies and he doesn't want to lose the access. To watch Joe, like, at least the mainstream media knows they're doing it for that reason. Joe doesn't, and he's still doing it. That's the worst part.
He's even admitted on his podcast recently that he's been losing sleep over everything that's happening, almost as if he's realizing in real time how much of a bad decision it was to defend these guys tooth and nail. Like there's just no way to make them look good anymore. But unlike Tim Dillon and Andrew Schultz, who have actually flip-flopped recently and started calling out everything wrong that the current administration's doing,
Tim Dillon is a funnier version of Joe Rogan. Like, Rogan's podcast, to me, funny was never kind of its main hook. It was the interesting guests and the crazy conversations. Joe, to me, has never been like, haha, laugh out loud funny. I went to see him live. He's a capable stand-up, but he wasn't like, holy shit, one of the top 5 stand-up performances I've ever been to. But Tim Dillon is legitimately a funny guy.
from Kash Patel burning taxpayers' money on vacation trips to Milan, to Pam Bondi only releasing half the files, and Peter Attia stepping down from CBS due to his ties to Epstein. Joe hasn't mentioned any of that because he's simply in this thing way deeper than his other comedian pals. I mean, Joe's allegedly having phone calls with Trump every other week these days. So he's in past the point.
Wait, who alleged that? Is that true? Then it's official. Don't believe anything Joe Rogan tells you. Because Joe is the kind of guy that Trump feeds off of. Joe will pat his ego and just be happy to be there. Trump will go, he's the best podcaster in the world. There's nobody better. And Joe gets off hearing that. So he's going to, it becomes this feedback loop that these two give each other. And Trump knows he's working Joe, but Joe doesn't know he's being worked. It's funny. The same thing that made Joe a draw is the same thing that's destroying him. The fact that he's kind of a goofy, dumb everyman.
No return and is fully compromised at this point. So as a result, he's now losing sleep over it.
I don't know if I just get scared by AI clips on Instagram.
Bro, I'm scared of everything. I have to stay offline.
I know.
I'm reading too much of the news, and it's overwhelming me. Like sometimes at nighttime, like I can't wind down.
Yeah.
It's just like there's too much news. It's too much fucking madness. We're about to go to war with Iran.
I know.
Like everyone's eating beef jerky and pizza. Like what are these? What the fuck is pizza?
I know.
You know, how far does this go? How come this never got released before? Like what is happening?
Because your buddies in the administration didn't want it to. They don't want the shit that's out there now. They didn't want that to get out there. And they're hiding another 3.5 million files. Joe, come on. I know I said you're a dumb guy, but you got to be smarter than this. And to know, like, is he going to wake up someday and go, oh my God, I've been complicit. I've been a part of it. His is one of the saddest downfalls to watch. Because everyone else is, and I don't mean downfall, like he's still very successful and he makes a ton of money. I mean like in terms of whose side he's on and who he's informing to and, you know, telling the truth and stuff like that. It's a downfall of advocacy, if you will.
So deep down inside, Joe desperately wants to call out everything wrong with the Trump administration, just like Andrew Schultz and Tim Dillon are right now. But being that Joe's puppet strings are allegedly being pulled by those guys in one way and another, he really just can't. Like he doesn't push back on anything RFK Jr. says in this entire podcast. He really just gives him a smooth joyride like the rest of the pro-war officials he's had on recently. So being that his free speech is ironically being suppressed in these particular podcast episodes, as a result, Joe's been taking his anger out on easier targets lately, like poor Jamie Vernon, for example, who's the producer of the show and at one point in time would fact-check Joe on just about everything, actually fell victim to one of Joe's temper tantrums recently when he tried to fact-check Joe's idiotic belief that the players in the recent Super Bowl actually lost money after the championship because of a supposed jock tax. And so when...
What? You think that the guys playing in the Super Bowl lost money playing in the Super Bowl? As if the NFL Players Union wouldn't strike immediately before the Super Bowl and be like, no, not until we get paid. Fuck.
Jamie tries to fact check him on this, Joe just gets super furious with him.
Professionally.
Did you see what they just did to the guys that won the Super Bowl? Do you see the jock tax?
Yeah.
Jamie, you see the jock tax?
That's not a new thing, though.
I understand. I understand, but but it's specific to California, and this jock tax in California.
Dude, Rogan's turning into Crowder, like old Crowder, not like Crowder now where he's kind of divorced and bitter and he's kind of getting better in a weird way, but like old Crowder, like hacky, believe every right-wing talking point Crowder.
Yeah, they were some of the players lost money playing in the Super Bowl. They had to pay. Oh no, it is true.
I don't think so.
No, it is true. I went through AI last night.
I don't.
No,
I went through AI, guys. Let me tell you something. if you're looking for information on this Iran war and everything else, don't go to Twitter because it's just full of AI videos and bad information and all that. It's really hard to find out what's going on because it's all just AI bullshit and then mainstream media bullshit. And it's like, who do I watch? Glenn Greenwald? Who's telling me the truth?
And they pulled it up on Grok and people analyzed it. And it's based, Jamie. It's based on the 7 days that they had to be there. So you have to pay a fee based on the 7 days, dependent upon what your salary is. So it's a percentage.
January, though, too.
Okay.
Maybe this year.
Okay, whatever. Well, the Super Bowl specifically, these guys. Jamie's so funny.
I know, but this is one of those things that's not real.
What do you mean it's not real? I told you it was run through AI last night.
It's run through.
He made $178,000 for the Super Bowl. He had to pay $249,000 in tax. I'm pretty sure those are the numbers. And it's based on the fact.
But for the Super Bowl or in total in California taxes, because if you play for an NFC West team, let's say you play for the Arizona Cardinals and you play 2 games. Well, no, San Francisco once, LA once. Yeah, you play 2 games in San Francisco and let's say you made, $500,000 for those 2 games in San Francisco and LA, then yes, you would pay $200,000 in taxes because California is insane. But not for the Super Bowl? Homeboy.
That he was there for 7 days?
Joe's also been taking his anger out on Mark Maron recently too, who's a comedian who called Joe out on several different podcasts last year. And he recently did so again, which I just covered on my Patreon. So real quick here, if you want to support the channel, click the link down below and check that video out.
All right, that's American Redact. Be sure to check out American Redact. He does a lot of good stuff in that area. But like watching Joe Rogan, just like watching us kind of lose him is real. It's been difficult to watch for sure. Dead Game says Crowder is 100% a homosexual. Actually, I'm hearing that Crowder might be getting married again. How about that? Check this shit out. So did you know that Steven Crowder is like Mr. Anti-Illegal Immigration Steven Crowder? He's dating a Latina woman now. And not only that, but there's rumors I've seen online that Crowder's thinking of walking down that aisle one more time, giving it another chance. God bless Crowder, huh? Give it another chance, buddy. Thank you to Onawall for gifting a membership on Rumble. I appreciate that. Well, guys, I got $20 in the old bank. We're going to use it. I'm going to get this down to a number that maybe we can hit. Maybe if we get a big whale splash, we can knock this out. Also, when it comes to memberships, we are officially 33 away from 500. We hit that number, and we go to 11 o'clock today. So, guys, the number, not bad. Not bad. It has not been a bad day today. You are well up over 700. I appreciate that. Let's see if we can't knock out this final. The number we ended up on was 120. So I'm going to change my lights. I'm going to go with the strobes. Let's fire up our first song, our first of 2. It's going to be Boom Boom Tel Aviv by Lucas Gage in honor of the war. Guys, we need your money. We are a listener-supported program. Let's see if we can knock it out. $120 to get to the perfect start to the week. Please and thank you. Boom, boom, boom. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. $120 away. Get it. I think we got a shot here, but we're going to need some big drops. Let's see if we can't do something here. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's see if we can't do this, guys. Come on, buddy. Come on, I want to win. Saint Caesar says this music is lame and gay. Hey, Saint Caesar, I really appreciate you just publicly voicing that opinion while I'm trying to raise the money that is the goal to make this show successful. Thank you, Saint Caesar. I appreciate it. We'll play wrestling themes next and see if it works. Oh, $120 away. I would appreciate some pity here. Little rally, please.
It's your time to bleed.
120 away. Great show today, by the way. I appreciate everyone who sent in money. I appreciate everyone who hit like. I appreciate everyone who helped us get the numbers up to where they ended up. But I would really like to get a win. Unnerving Brain says, I'll send $1 to stop them. I would take any amount of money to stop anything. I really would. These rallies are not working anymore. I mean, we're getting perfect weeks, but the only reason we're getting perfect weeks is because there are insane drops happening on Thursday. I can't handle it. So rally up, throw in your 5s, throw in your 10s. Boy, a red boy would really just about get us home. Nothing. This is happening way too often. All right, first song almost done, nothing in. Thank you, Tronanon, for gifting a membership. Oh my God, can we get some more of those, please? Jesus. $9.99 from Front Porch Conservative says rally. Thank you. 110 away from today's goal. Oh God, a big red boy or something. Let's play the last one. Let's see if we can hulk up and hit this thing. Oh, come on, guys. Take pity on the old toe. Take pity on the old toe and see if we can't make something happen. 110 is the number. A little something would help. 110 left. 20 gifted memberships or something. That would be great. Oh, man. 32 memberships away from 500. There's $5 from Coltrane. Says my suppressor stamp approval came in the mail today, but Greg and Stacy aren't open today. Here's a couple of bucks. Thank you. $1 from Unnerving Brain says, okay, stop the music. It did stop. That one did end. 105 away from today. Oh, God, please. Let's rally it up. We're getting there. 105 away from a W. Let's do it. Let's keep going. We got 2 minutes left and 105 to go. 105. Let's just start dropping. 4 of you drop 5 gifted memberships. Somebody hit the PayPal, Venmo, or Streamlabs link and get this thing going. Come on now. We need you. Or it's another L for the toe. Come on, baby. No. Come on. Come on. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. 1:20 left. I mean, at this point, it's really a red boy or bust, I think. 20 gifted memberships or bust. If you're feeling generous, we've had 3 or 4 perfect weeks in a row, but we've had to get there from a very ugly place. I would appreciate your generosity. Wow. Let's go. Dead Game, I love the Jewish impression. That's hilarious. I like that one. All right, everybody throw in something. We got about 40 seconds left. Looks like an L for the toe today. We're going to take it in stride. We're not going to take it yelling and screaming. If you feel like throwing us a bunch of money later today, if you go back, you listen to the show, you think it's good, click the Streamlabs PayPal or Venmo link. Looks like we're going to start behind this week. Shit. What do you do? About 10 seconds left. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Looks like we're going to miss by about 105 today. This ends abruptly, too. This cuts off really quick. Watch. Just like that. All right. Well, look. Miss Tay with $5 says, for the pimple on your nose and its friends. Thank you. Well, it got us to an even 100. It got us to an even 100 today, but we did have a miss here on the toe. Thank you for a great February. I appreciate it. Solid February. Off to a bad start here in March, but what do you do? I do appreciate everyone who hit like. I appreciate everyone who subscribed to the channel today. I appreciate all of you who contributed to today's program. If enough pity comes in later today and you feel like throwing a hundo in, goddamn, I appreciate it. I love notching a win for the toe, especially on a good program that we gave it to you for. But hey, win some, lose some. We've been losing a lot more lately, but hopefully it all evens out like usual. Thank you, Miss Tay. Thank you, Tron Anon. Thank you, everybody who contributed. Oh, wait. Oh, Brian wants to sneak in with 10 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you, buddy.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Oh, man, that sucks. Now a red boy really would have knocked it out and given us a win. 75 away after Brian came in with the 10 gifted memberships. You guys really like to, some of you like to cut it close. Unnerving Brain says the show was very entertaining. I'm just broke. Oh, no, thanks, Trump. I know the show was very entertaining. You guys did great. So it looks like we are going to lose by 75 today. Oh, we're going to lose by 70. You need me more with a 5 over on PayPal. Okay, now you guys are trying to tempt me to go till 11 today to see if... No, we can't. You know what? No, we can't knock out 70 in a half hour. That ain't going to happen. That won't happen. $70 loss is a lot more palatable than 100. So thank you guys very much for that. I appreciate it. Another great day for the toe. Came up a little short. But you know what you're going to do? You're going to be watching this show later today. You're going to go, you know what? Awesome work on Iran. I'm going to go into the PayPal. I'm going to go into the Venmo. Let's do it, kid. Take it easy.